In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies. They're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Brandon Donnelly, and welcome to Intellect Horizon. I'm currently here at the Asia School of Business in Kuala Lumpur, and today we have something quite spectacular for you. This is perhaps one of the craziest and bravest things that we have global minds from around the world that have decided in 3 months to stream something of this magnitude. Their perseverance, dedication, and perhaps a slight bit of craziness in order to have this come to fruition cannot be understated. As a part of this, one of the most important things today is about you, your journey, your voice, and the fact that you made this possible. The goal of this conference is not to shill, it's not to sell. In fact, none of this is sponsored. The time that you see people that are here, the slides, the voices, the jobs, the recruiters, all of this has been done by their time to help in a time where the world is currently on the precipice of a change. When we looked at the content that we wanted to provide and to share, it was quite simple. There was that of which we see and what we hear, which is going to be XR, or extended reality, AR, VR. That of what we know. The joke there is ChatGPT with artificial intelligence? And finally, how can we trust any of it? And this is Web3. So within that trinity of technology, we wanted to take a look at pressing issues around the world. How can we solve this? It's not by teaching you, it's by hopefully having you ask better questions, gain some perspective, and embody your sense of curiosity into changing the world in wonderful ways. The main stage today, I'm honored and touched by the friends that are going to be here. You have folks from MIT, largely now at the Asia School of Business. You have Oxford, University of Waterloo, even Xbox. All of this is here for you. We are as one note, one world, one voice, and more than one server to try to keep this up and running. And we're going to do our best. I will be here for the next 24 hours, making sure that we deliver content in 3 primary ways. We have the main stage, which is going to be business and academia, rigor and relevance, combined together in order to share their views, their perspectives, and give a blend of how this technology can be used. We have the space side or fireside chats and workshops. These are things like the cyberclash competition, which is unprecedented that we have around the world different institutions that are running both physical, digital hackathons. And the inaugural kickoff is going to be here at the Asia School of Business in Kuala Lumpur. Web3 security and cybersecurity workshops, thanks to the University of Waterloo, Dragonscale, and Regent University, that are going to be sharing their perspectives. In addition, we have the Starshot Startup stage, where we have secret shopper investors that are going to listen to those who have the vision of what a better tomorrow looks like and help craft what that is and how it takes shape, and hopefully get some investment along the way. We say that we're literally giving them the stage. All of this is done to try to not signal boost any one nation, any one institution. It is done in a time where a lot of anxiety around technology is taking shape. What does this mean? Everybody has concerns, from Uber drivers to having automated vehicles take their jobs, to even marketing with the ability to generate PowerPoint slides and videos. We saw this take shape even with the Writers Guild in Los Angeles and Hollywood. Change is coming. And there's a lot of experts, seemingly overnight, that have a lot of opinions and have a desire to sell a lot of things. And our goal is to not sell. It's to not tell you that everything's going to be fine. It's going to try to equip you with the mindset of what is arguably going to be the next major leap forward for humanity. And that's happening right here, right now. As we go through this, we have some incredible, incredible announcements from folks like the Earthshot Prize with the CEO, Hannah Jones. And I'm not going to spoil it. You're going to have to sit, wait, listen, and join. We have In a world of answers, how can you ask the right questions? How can you think of investment? We have the keynote of a dear friend, Sanjay Sarma, and some of you know him from MIT. He's heading up the helm at the Asia School of Business as well. And he's looking at how can we radically overhaul continuous learning, academia, and the pillars and foundations of society of how we can more collaboratively work together. We even have Professor Matthew Wheat from the University of Oxford. He's the Director for Continuing Education. And when we all came together, we said it would be great if we could get a couple hundred people. It would be fantastic if we could be interesting or novel enough to get people thinking about maybe in this new world, the four-year degree isn't the way forward. Or now that everything is up in the cloud, how can we know that it's not listening in on us? I still have a suspicious toaster that has a tendency to do that. We have a 3D chat, and we have folks from Google, Microsoft, Electronic Arts, Riot Games, even Alterad. And so if you've registered on the site and you've provided your LinkedIn, they'll either be available to talk or they'll pay special attention to the CV that you've submitted. The goal there is culture is changing. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's the incredible resilience of the human spirit. And sometimes that spirit needs to go places where you feel value. If you miss that, you can still register. Or if you go on to the LinkedIn event and you sign up there, they'll also get the list. There's no cost to this. And again, the goal is to enable and to empower you with opportunity, to have you shine brightly, because we are here not as the shapers of tomorrow, but maybe we are the ones that can help uplift you, help give you a platform, enable your collaboration, your participation. The future of humanity is something that is not by one great mind or individual. It's not by one piece of technology. It's not defined by a moment of time. Rather, it's what we make of it together. It's making sure that with many hands, we can make short work of the largest problems of the earth. Currently, we can be somewhat anxious in this world. There's conflict, there's war, there's job losses, inflation. The media seems to say that it's the end of times. And I want you to know that you are in a safe place here. You're not going to be judged based off of your nation. The stream is available globally. You're not going to be questioned for your ideas. You're welcome here. And our goal, our ambition, and our desire is that as we walk together, as we use these technologies to shape tomorrow, that we do so in a way that is able to come together and to elevate humanity as a group, as one voice. And this is why our idea of one world, one voice has taken flight. I will work with the moderators to try to get questions answered from some of these wonderful speakers and fantastic minds. We're going to now transition over the next 3 minutes with Dr. Sanjay Sarma as He opens our conference and provides our keynote to the inaugural Intellect Horizon conference. So give us 3 minutes and we're going to put him on stage. And thank you. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us, your time with us, and for participating in joining the conversation. You mean the world to us, and we're going to try to return the favor to you. We'll be right back. All right, we should have Dr. Sanjay Sarma. We are getting your layout up and running. Give me 1 second here. You have the stage. We have the president and CEO of the Asia School of Business. And after you. Let's make sure that the audio is running. Let's see, Sanjay, if you can try. Let's see if we can't get your audio carried through. Sorry, everybody, we're dealing with a slight technical difficulty here. We will work to get this up and running. Apologies, everybody. What we're doing is adding Sanjay's slides and stream to the direct feed. So we just need one moment for him to join. Maybe it is that we're causing a little bit of excitement. And we should be able to get him back up here in just one moment. All right, let's see here. Okay, I think we have Sanjay. He's in the stream. And he's connecting his camera and microphone. All right.
Give me a second. I'm going to upload my files so I can see them.
Not a problem. You should also be able to screen share if you'd like to do that.
Yes, I will also change my camera, which is going to the snap camera. There you go. You should see me now. There you go.
He or she who fixes video conferencing will solve all of humanity's problems. But you guys have unfortunately seen enough of my face, and now that Sanjay, you're here, a very warm welcome. We're going to pass the stage over to you and take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good to see everyone. It's a pleasure. I just want to begin by thanking you all for an extraordinary event, all the volunteers, Brandon, etc. This is quite an extraordinary thing we're doing, and a first in a lifetime. Now, I want to begin by saying that we are in an era of machine learning, but the great tragedy is that we're actually doing human learning wrong. And the radical idea here is, why don't we do it right? If we are so good at training machines, and machines are going to displace human jobs, should we not put the effort to rethink humanity's needs, aspirations, and frankly, survival? So I'm going to kick this conference off by talking a little bit about machine learning, but a lot more about human learning. So if you look at the emergence of machines, especially large language models, and I'm sorry, the animations aren't working now because I've uploaded the slides. The challenge we have is, or the observation we have is that as the number of neurons or the size of the data set in machine learning went up. In LLMs, for example, we started in the hundreds of millions, and now we're in the 500 billion trillions level. Something strange happened. There was a crazy emergent behavior. And this emergent behavior was the difference between GPT, GPT-2, GPT-3, GPT-4. And now there's a lot of research that shows that, and people go both ways, whether it's emergence or whether it's questionable. But the fact is, when ChatGPT first appeared and was accessible to the public in the 2022 November, December timeframe, we were all shocked by how amazing it was. Now let's look at this picture on the right of brains, mammalian birds, and let's start with the worm. So if you start at the bottom, you have a worm, and a worm has 300 neurons. And a worm does what a worm does. It's not very capable. You go one level up, and you get to a bird, and a bird brain is fairly simple. And a bird brain has, a few, like a billion neurons. And then you go one level up, you get human beings. Now, on the left, you see the neurons, you see the human brain shown as regions, brain regions, for example, the occipital cortex and the Broca region and the Wernicke region, etc., Wernicke region. And on top, you have the human brain. If you go back to the right, a worm with 300 neurons can survive. It's quite extraordinary, actually. A pigeon can do a lot more. It can home in. Cats and dogs have in that range of neurons. They are our companions. They delight us endlessly. They have personalities. You can teach them stuff. They have extraordinary physical capabilities. But then somewhere between 1 billion neurons and 86 billion neurons, something absolutely magical happens. What happens is Thoreau, that's of course the thinker, but Thoreau, or Malala Yousafzai, who at a young age decided to not comply with the local Taliban and showed both commitment and personality and drive and resistance, and eventually received the Nobel Prize, or Einstein, or Lionel Messi, or Jude Bellingham, who's a new kid on the block in soccer. So these are all amazing things that happen between 1 billion and 86 billion neurons. Now, as I said, the animations aren't working because I sort of had to upload the slides, but I'll talk you through the slides. We are only in the end of the first wave of AI. I think or the first sprint of AI. I think we're just about to enter a new sort of wave. The thing about artificial intelligence, as we all know, is it is essentially probabilistic. It learns from examples, and it has done humanity the courtesy of not being terribly accurate. It's pretty accurate. It stuns us. But if you went to ChatGPT and asked it a question that's pretty deep in your field of research or something you know very well, you know it's going to make mistakes. And that's just because ChatGPT, of course, is just a large language model. I mean, it sort of dragged knowledge in, but it wasn't based on any sense of knowledge, rights or wrongs. When ChatGPT does addition, it isn't doing addition like a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old might do addition. When it does multiplication, it isn't doing multiplication that way necessarily. It's just pattern matching from language. If you ask it for life advice, it's just reading books somewhere and spewing out some series of words that statistically make sense. But that phase is just going to be overlapped by a new phase. And the new phase is what I call authoritative AI. Authoritative AI is when AI is actually doing real things with authority. It's building parts, it's designing things, it's designing a structure. And not only is it designing the structure, it is verifying that the structure is valid by using computational tools. So that top left image, which is slightly obscured, is from Form. It's a company, it's a MIT 3D printing company. And what they do is they're using generative AI to take a mechanical part and lightweight it, which means by removing material that is not needed so that it becomes light, but while maintaining structural integrity. The thing at the bottom, again, the animations don't work, is actually a mechanism designed by one of my colleagues, Professor Faiz Ahmed at MIT. And this mechanism, which was designed entirely by generative AI, will write the letters MIT, and all you have to do is crank it. It's a very complex mechanism. It would be impossible for a human being to invent this or design this. And generative AI authoritatively, definitively, and very efficiently generates the mechanism. On the right is something quite staggering. This is the work of, again, two of my colleagues at MIT, Jim Collins and Regina Barzilay. And they used AI to invent a new antibiotic. As you know, the world is right now confronting a real challenge with antibiotic-resistant bacteria, and we are running out of antibiotics. So this magical ability to invent a new antibiotic is pretty staggering, right? I mean, this particular antibiotic is called halicin. It received rightly a lot of press when it came out. But the point of the slide is to say that we think of AI as a preternatural, very, very effective, but often wrong friend, a buddy, right? Which you have to sort of edit. I hope you do that. I hope we all do that because it is often wrong. But we're going to enter a phase when it is actually right and authoritative in a field, whether it's machine design or mechanism design or law or finance. And that's when things get scary for humans. So what about us? What about humans? We humans have a role on this planet too, as far as I know. And what if we enter this realm, this time when everything we do is absorbed by machines? I mean, the implications can be quite staggering. And AI is just the beginning. You have AI in robotics, you have artificial intelligence and augmented reality, you have artificial intelligence and law, you have combinations that are going to begin to happen. At the Asia School of Business, we have a cafe, and at the cafe, they have two robots that deliver the food, and I'm sure you've seen these. And I asked the manager, I said, "Do the robots help?" And he put his hands on his head and said, "Oh my God, they're lifesavers." And I said, "Why?" He says, "Well, they make us quite productive because they don't call in sick, they are reliable, and it's menial work. And we just have to deliver the food to the customer, and they can do it." Now, these robots at the Asia School of Business, like a lot of robots you might have seen in restaurants, are cute, but they don't talk. So when you add speech to LLMs, to an ordering system in the restaurant, which is AI plus robotics plus a restaurant management system, I mean, the implications on restaurant workers are staggering, because now you can say, "Can I have some pizza?" And it might say, "What toppings do you want?" And you order the toppings, and it runs away, and 20 minutes later, your pizza arrives. And really, then it's the kitchen working with a bunch of robots. And I did not grok how real this was until only recently, when I went and spoke to the manager, because I thought the robots were a gimmick, but they're not. They're really quite game-changing. So I'm sorry, I just realized you could go to full screen on the system. I just did. So this is a McKinsey study, and what this McKinsey study shows is what human capabilities can be replicated by artificial intelligence. And the way to think about it is it's noisy, but let's take the first one, coordination with multiple agents. So the blue tells you the capability today based on what we know LLMs can do. And the light blue tells you the beginning of the median achievement, right? Of a median achievement in terms of coordination of multiple agents. When can AI reach median achievement, right? And it shows you the spread, the light blue, and the dark blue tells you top quartile performance. So if you read this carefully, what it's telling you is coordination between multiple agents. We're already there, right? We're already in that realm when that's being taken over at a median level. And by about 2024, 2025, well, we're well in the top quartile of coordination with multiple agents is now taken over by AI. The right below the blue, you see the gray. The gray is what people thought before LLMs emerged. So what this graph shows, or this image shows, is how the capabilities of LLM have accelerated some of these tasks. Take creativity, for example. I mean, I just showed you creative work, and I was a skeptic. I didn't think AI could do it. And I thought the earliest, actually, as the grays show in this McKinsey chart, was, maybe 2025. It would be sort of, low level, median level, compared to some of the people we have on this conference, high achievers. And I thought maybe 2040, which is exactly what the McKinsey chart shows. when top quartile performance could be replicated by AI. But I just showed you some examples where top quartile performance is already being replicated by AI, and not just LLMs, but also convolutional neural networks and deep learning. And in the case of that antibiotic invention, by a particular authoritative system called AlphaFold, which predicts the folding of proteins. And that applies to a range of things. I mean, for example, logical reason and problem solving. As you probably know, LLMs have already been shown to conquer what is called the theory of the mind. That's actually a highfalutin term, and perhaps less profound than it sounds, but it is something that cognitive psychologists thought was a few years away, and it's already past that capability. And so if we go through each of them, logical reasoning, natural language generation, well, that's done, right? That's a done deal. And that was done in the late 2010s, right, with Siri and all that. But now it's gotten a lot better. Natural language understanding, output articulation, all these things, sensory perception. One of my colleagues at MIT, Professor Pulkit Agarwal, he's working on a system where, and others in the robotics community at CMU, at Stanford, Berkeley, Harvard, etc., are looking at systems where a robot can look at a human untying a knot and learn how to untie it itself, right? So that's, again, amazing. Sensory perception taken to a whole new level, combined with logic, social and emotional output. I mean, if you ask ChatGPT, as you know, to write and take a message and make it more sensitive or more thoughtful, it'll do it. So these subtasks are being automated at a rapid rate. And remember, a job is just a bundle of different tasks. A job isn't a task. A job is, for example, as a professor, what do? I go teach. I'm also a president. I do a lot of emails. I write documents. I often do some editing of documents because I don't like the voice or I see some typos. Or I might do some creative work. I might run a meeting and I'm sending out meeting notes. Some of these things will be automated quite easily. I do a lot of scheduling. Actually, my assistant does a lot of scheduling. Some of these things will be automated more quickly. Some won't. For example, perhaps making very difficult decisions, it'll be harder for AI to automate. But it might make my decisions easier by presenting to me data that says, listen, if you do it this way, here are the implications. And in fact, I saw a demo yesterday by Microsoft of Copilot. And that's what they claim to do, which is now you can essentially have my Excel spreadsheet sort of almost reason with you. And you could ask it conversational questions and do analysis. So we all know this. There's nothing new here. But the point I'm trying to make is that many aspects of our jobs are getting automated. Now, also nothing new. But what I do want to say is that we have to take cognizance of this as a society at a massive scale. And the reason is that just as we look at the migrations of peoples, I'm sitting here in Malaysia. Malaysia is the result in the original, some of the original peoples of Malaysia, the Malays, came here as a result of the most adventurous and extensive, the most incredible migration in humanity, where the rest of humanity migrated on land. The Malayo-Polynesian people migrated on boats. They invented the outrigger canoe and the catamaran, and they navigated all the way from Hawaii and Easter Islands all the way to Madagascar, believe it or not, and all points in between, Indonesia, Malaysia. We, as humanity, have to now start sailing the oceans and migrate. I call it the great digital immigration or migration. And it will be supported not by boats, but a new form of learning and education, which unfortunately doesn't exist yet. I've written a couple of books about it, one on the cognitive psychology of learning, it's called GRASP, another on workforce education. But we are entering a massive jobs training crisis because the half-life of knowledge is now, measured in months or years, not in decades, months, years. And so our social contract in education, that you go get a degree and you're ready for the rest of your life, not valid anymore. I mean, knowledge is getting obsolete. New knowledge and new skills are emerging rapidly. My AI presentations have to be updated probably every 2 or 3 weeks now. And I think we are entering an era when you get a degree. Of course, a degree is when you build core strengths, core capabilities. You need it. It makes you good. It's like going to college to become an athlete, except you don't know which sport you're going to pursue. Well, you're going to work on your core strength. You're going to work on flexibility, and you're going to learn about physiology, about diet, about taking care of injuries. That's what the degree has to become. Because when you graduate, you're going to first practice a sport you didn't know you would, right? You graduate thinking you're going to be a tennis player. Perhaps you're going to have to be a squash player, and you need to learn you to use your wrist a lot more. But then soon you switch jobs, and you're going to have to become a marathon runner, and then you have to work on a different set of skills, and you've got to figure out how to reshape your physiology. The same thing with education and learning. We have to prepare people for a lifetime of migration, a lifetime in the seas of the unknown, as technology evolves, as jobs evolve, as our needs evolve, and as people's aspirations evolve in work. For the last 10 years, personally, have worked with many teams. I've led many of these teams. So for about 10 years, I was the dean, the director, dean, and then vice president for open learning at MIT. And we created some key content there and products. So for example, I was on the board of edX, which created the online education platform. And I created a group at MIT called Open Learning, and we created MITx courses. We invented new credentials like the MicroMasters. MIT has received more than, I would say, 5 million enrollments and almost 2 million enrollments in this new micro credential called the MicroMasters. We actually had, when I left, we had 5 micro credentials. And I do believe that in this new era, we have to get out of the one and done college mindset. And we have to enter an era of what I call agile continuous education. The economy is going agile. It deserves an agile education system. And the way we describe it is as a combination of online courses and micro credentials, maybe hybrid courses, combined with boot camps. These are places where you go and actually meet people, you work on teams. It's a simulated environment. It's not a real job, but then you apprentice in a company, in your company, perhaps in some other company. And I believe this is the treadmill that every person in the future will have to get on. This is our treadmill. This is the treadmill of knowledge, and we have to stay fit. We have to go to the gym 3 times a week. It cannot be that we went to the gym for the first 4 years after we became, of our adolescence, the end of our adolescence and adulthood, and we're ready for life. It also cannot be that if you're working in a company and your boss says to you, listen, you need to learn about crypto, or you need to learn about cybersecurity. Oh, I'll go get a master's. I mean, life is not tolerant of that, except for a very small number of very, very, I would say, people with a lot of, the people who can do that, I think, have a great deal of privilege, and it's a good thing. If you can do it, it's fantastic. But for a lot of folks, it just is not an option. You have kids, you have family, it's hard to do it. But if you're able to do it, it's fantastic. Go to college. But if you can't, you're going to have to jump on this treadmill. And we call it agile continuous education. We've also at MIT, we did, and we're now working on this globally. And I speak here both as an MIT professor and the president of the Asia School of Business. I also think that as you accrue these credentials, you're going to have to update your resume. The transcript should not end when you graduate. We have to blur the lines between the transcript and your resume. They have to, over time, become the same thing. Why do we have 2 different things? Because your resume is going to be your transcript. And so to enable that, at MIT, we started something called the Digital Credentials Consortium. The idea is to standardize the credentials you receive from your various achievements and to put them on Web3 effectively, to make them verifiable. And so the Digital Credentials Consortium, which is now led by my former colleagues, Brandon Muramatsu, Philip Schmidt, and Krishna Rajagopal. They have created a wallet. It's all going to be standardized, so others can create wallets too, and a verifiable credentials ecosystem. So when you learn something, it is on your resume, and you may be a refugee, and the tyrant who made you a refugee may want to delete your credential, but they can't because your credential is immutable and it is there. And this is the Verifiable Credentials Consortium. And by the way, I talk about refugees. Everything I've talked about applies even more to refugees. I mean, the Syrian crisis of a few years ago created a massive refugee crisis. People landed up in Europe and they had no idea how to prove that they had a dentist license or what their identity is. So Web3 has really been a saving grace in humanitarian crises, and I think it can also be a great asset in the great refugee crisis that technology is going to create. I'll end with a couple of slides just to say that, look, AI is profound, it's scary, and what sets us, I think, as showed you right in the beginning, as the number of neurons in the brain goes up, emergent properties emerge. And as the data set and as the size of the model went up in AI, emergent properties arose. This emergence is what's making AI so amazing, terrifying, and fascinating. Our education system has been designed, unfortunately, to remove the emergent thoughts. I mean, I would make the argument that the end of the first industrial revolution was not interchangeable parts, but end of the first industrial revolution was interchangeable parts. And the second industrial revolution, in my view, the end was interchangeable people. And what that did was create an education system where we take the emergent thoughts of young people, people in education, and we turn them into cogs, into replicable jigsaw pieces that some master architect can piece something together with. We remove the emergence from the human mind. And I think we have to put it back. We have to encourage critical thinking. We have to encourage creativity because AI is like a tiger chasing us and we have to outrun it. And we outrun it with our humanity. Now, in some countries and in major economies, this is no choice. This is no choice. I mean, productivity is a key solution, and that means more inclusivity, including women, for example. I mean, a lot of societies, women don't participate as much in the labor force. We cannot have that anymore. On the right, you see a graph that shows, for example, the nation of Korea, a country I love. And it shows in red the world population of the world, and in light blue, it shows the population of Korea. The scary thing is the population of Korea has already peaked, and it has peaked at 52 million people. And it's by 2070, it's going to be 14 million people less. And that means that we have a graying population. So if we can turn human beings into these critical thinkers who can outrun and command AI, if you think of the AI as a horse, we need to teach people to become riders and people who can break the horse and ride it rather than simply see it as a pest that eats your produce. If we can do that, then we can take on some major societal challenges like graying populations. And of course, AI can help in education too, especially in combination with, for example, brain interface and so on. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is the vision of the Asia School of Business. Just to get us back on time, I'll end now and say, ladies and gentlemen, the future is quaternary. And what I mean by that is quaternary education. We have a primary education system, we have a secondary education system, we have a tertiary education system. But if you ask the average person, how do you get educated when you're working? They won't be able to answer you. And we need to systemize, we need to popularize, and we need to normalize a quaternary education system. And the future, in my view, is quaternary. So thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to talk to you all. And I will hand back to Brandon. Brandon. Can't hear, can't hear you, Brandon.
As we're trying to work through some of the technology, as I said in the past, whoever can solve the reliable video conferencing software will win a Nobel Prize, in my humble opinion. I believe that this was incredibly insightful. There have been a lot of questions. The ones that have had the highest on the popularity, if we have 2 minutes for 2 questions. The first was, in the context of lifelong learning, how can professionals in the workforce maintain a sense of curiosity? What does that curiosity look like when you're trying to just get through the day?
I think that's a great question. By the way, curiosity triggers something called dopamine in the brain. My friend, the neuroscientist Pavan Sinha at MIT, showed this, made me aware of this. Novelty and curiosity generate dopamine, and dopamine is the neurotransmitter, the dopaminergic circuit that promotes learning. The way to do it is to just be curious. You take a product, take something you like, for example, maybe your iPhone, and predict the next feature, critique its current state, and look for solutions to it, and see if Apple incorporates it, see if Oppo or Xiaomi or Google incorporates it. You just have to get into this mode where you're constantly looking forward to it, almost as if you do sports. You have to turn your job into a passion, a commitment, an obsession, where you're predicting things about, just as you do with sports. And then if your prediction is wrong, find out why, and that's how you get it going.
Inspiring. I think the other question is from a professor, and this one is, it might hit close to home for you in this case. Everybody talks about ChatGPT. Our department says that we should discourage students from using it. I think that it's the next calculator. How is it that I can encourage, even as a professor who sometimes feels frustrated, how to start a change or some sort of movement within my school?
I would say you absolutely have to embrace ChatGPT. I think it's a mistake to ignore it. Now, it depends on the age, obviously. You know, a 6-year-old, of course, even for a 6-year-old or a 10-year-old, ChatGPT is actually a great tutor. It's, you know, you talk to it. I wish some 6-year-olds were like ChatGPT, but you know, maybe in an exam for a 5-year-old or a 7-year-old who's doing any, you know, additions or multiplications, okay, I get it, but you've got to embrace it. And we have to teach students to outrun ChatGPT. For example, one of the things I do is, I don't care what you do, use ChatGPT, write an essay. But if it's wrong, I'm going to get you. You're going to lose points, right? And if it's right, I want you to make sure that it is expressed well, and it's expressed crisply, and you get the nuance, right? And let's see, go for it. And I make my exams, my requirements complicated enough that I outperform ChatGPT. It is a race against the machine, and we cannot ignore the machine.
Sanjay GPT versus ChatGPT. That's something that I would pay to see as well. Again, thank you so much for participating, spending your time, sharing your insights, and to all of those who have asked, if you do ask questions, there is a delay. It has to get to the moderators and then has to get through the AI moderators. So apologies if we can't get to everything in time. As you can see, even we are susceptible to the foibles of technology. We're going to now go on a short 9-minute break to get back on track. We have Joe Cherian, who is also at the Asia School of Business, but a professor at Cornell as well, that is going to be talking about AI, neural nest eggs as well. I can't wait. So we'll see you
Can I
all
just
soon.
say something, Brandon, before we go? I just want to say that the aging population is a profound challenge the world faces. So I think that the nest egg, to me, it becomes essential to the way humanity navigates the years ahead. Back to you. Thank you, Brandon, for your indefatigable and visionary, I think I would say, a stewardship and admiralship of this. Thank you.
No, thank you again. All right, we're on to the break. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch. It's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space-time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the line between minds, and yet you feel connected, united by the universal language of Pixel Chat. We are the vanguard, the linguists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers, who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Pixel Chat, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Discover Pixel Chat today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution.
All right, Brandon,
Yours
can you hear me?
working. So, are you live and with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. So
Oh,
it's my
great.
great.
And how do I share my screen? I've got the slides loaded up. I'm not sure. Can you see my slides?
I am going to add your slides to the stage just like that,
Perfect.
like magic. And somebody had provided a comment earlier that we want to keep you on the side so that your head doesn't cut off the slides as well. So
Got it.
I will remove myself from stage, but it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you, Dr. Joseph Cherian, who is the Deputy CEO of the Asia School of Business. And you're going to be talking about neural nest eggs and how can somebody shake up retirement with artificial intelligence. With that said, I will let you take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Brendan. Thank you for putting on this spectacular global tech program. I'm very happy to be a part of it. I'm going to talk about something that AI and all the other technical programs have sort of not paid as much attention to, and that's basically life cycle investing that leads to your retirement investments and retirement lifestyle. This is not about your neighborhood robo. There's a lot of companies actually have got what's called robo advisors, but I'm saying we should go beyond that. It's a human machine type combination, a little bit of what Sanjay was talking about. I'm sure at some point the machine can replace the human completely, but we're not there yet. And I want to demonstrate to you with some cases and using ChatGPT how this has not met the true life cycle savings needs of our citizenry. It applies across the board. I actually wrote this paper with some colleagues in Singapore in about 2019,
And to this day, I can say that it's not been implemented because I'm not the AI specialist. I'm a finance person. So I'm hoping that people in the audience will be stirred and motivated to think about how to implement some of the solutions I present here. With that, let me go. So here's the problem. Oh, it looks like my slides are not animated. Okay, so that's fine. I have a question. It's supposed to be animated, but that's fine. The fact is, I'm going to put the problem to you. We have a 30-year-old identical twins. So they're same in every form, except that career-wise, one is a tenured professor, 30 years old, and the other is a stockbroker, 30 years old, identical twins. Okay, let's remember that. That's the only thing you have to remember. We don't have any other information about them except that they're 30 years old, they're identical twins. One's a tenured professor, and the other is a stockbroker. I think you can visualize in your mind what the Bobbsey twins are going to differ in terms of income. Their labor wage income will be slightly different, in fact, quite different, because one's a tenured professor at MIT or at Stanford or at ASB who gets a steady income through his life, working life, whereas the other one, who is a stockbroker, will have labor income that's pretty volatile due to the nature of markets. Whether, as you know, the base salary is fixed, but a lot of stockbrokers and people involved in financial markets are paid bonuses. And that total compensation can vary quite widely with market performance. So let's call the Bobbsey twins just that. The question is, how should the Bobbsey twins invest for retirement? I talk about it in terms of retirement, but literally I'm talking about the whole life cycle, because you got to start at age 30, assuming the Bobbsey twins have not started saving, at age 30, all the way till retirement, let's say it's 68 years old or 72 years old, whatever the retirement age is in your particular jurisdiction. So I ran this through ChatGPT 3.5. Since I'm a poor academic in a third world country, I only could afford the free version. Here's what the response is. I hope you can see the slide clearly because it's a little bit blur on the screen. For the tenured professor, what ChatGPT responds to this question I posed to it is that you should be diversified. Good. We got a good point here. Given the stability of a tenured position, the professor may opt for a more conservative investment approach. Diversification across asset classes, such as a mix of stocks and bonds, can help manage risk. Have a long-term perspective. With the security of a tenured position, the professor may have a longer investment horizon. So low-cost index funds make sense. Well, it's got some of it right. Diversification is always important. But it gave an answer which is totally different from what my training over the last 35, 40 years in the business has told me or informed me that I should do or advise the Bobbsey twins what they should do. Okay? So it's got the long-term perspective right, but hey, it doesn't matter whether you're a stockbroker or a tenured professor. As long as you're saving for retirement, you better have a long-term perspective, especially if you're age 30. Diversification is okay. Everyone says don't put your eggs in one basket. That's fine. For the stockbroker, it says active management. Go for it. Active management means, for those of you who are not in the field of finance, picking stocks, holding a very concentrated portfolio, and betting for the fence, as opposed to being diversified. It's the opposite of being diversified. Okay, so you just have to remember that. That means taking on more volatility in your portfolio as a result of being very active in the management of your portfolio, and that could be as few as 20 stocks, as opposed to holding the S&P 500, which is the 500 stocks, which was a recommendation that the ChatGPT gave to the tenured professor. Okay, so this is a little bit counterintuitive from my training, and I'll explain to you why later. The stockbroker, so it starts making assumptions that stockbroker may have a higher risk tolerance and may consider holding a position of the portfolio in individual stocks. So now it began to make an assumption that by my career choice of being a stockbroker, I have more risk-seeking behavior. Okay, it's not necessary. I've worked on Wall Street for 10 years, And it's not necessary that all stockbrokers or financial advisors have higher risk tolerance or equivalently more risk seeking. Now he goes on to say, go for alternative investments, shoot for the fence, buy real estate, buy private equity, and all this other stuff. Now, no doubt, ChatGPT doesn't have access to your total portfolio. What if 40% of my portfolio is my house? Would that come into play? Would I want to double up on real estate or double down on real estate? Well, these are things that a well-trained advisor should be able to advise the Bobbsey twins on. And at this point, ChatGPT does not make the mark. I'm not trying to find fault with it because he's done a pretty good job, but it's just taking what is on average the advice given by financial advisors. So if all the financial advisors are absolutely wrong, you have a problem. As you know, it's better to be approximately right than to be absolutely wrong. So let's keep going. Let's try again. So what I did was I tried to nudge ChatGPT to see whether it can give the right answer that I'm looking for. So it's a bit blurry. So let's see. I asked the question, wait a minute, don't you have to take into account the labor wage income for each twin? That means, don't you have to take into account how their salaries or their working life income should affect their investment profile or investment portfolio? So when I ask that question, I'm hinting it or nudging it towards the direction which I wanted to answer. It says, absolutely, the labor wage income profile of each twin is a crucial factor to consider when planning for retirement. Very good. The differences in income sources, job security, and overall financial situation will impact their investment strategies. Excellent. Well answered in general. Now let's go back to the tenured professor and let's see what it says. 1, stable wage income. True. The tenured professor likely has a stable and predictable income. That's absolutely correct. The stability can influence investment decisions. Very good. Allowing for a more conservative approach if desired. I said, whoops, wait a minute. That's not what I was trained to understand, how he should be invested. So let's see what it says for the stockbroker. Variable wage income. Of course, it is a function and depends on the vicissitudes of markets, which is very volatile. So the stockbroker's income will be more variable and more volatile depending on market conditions. The variability could affect their ability to consistently contribute to retirement accounts. Okay, wait a minute. Now it's talking about contributions, not the way I invest. We all know that the professor's contributions to his retirement portfolio or his life cycle portfolio will obviously be more steady because 2% or 5% or 14% of a fixed salary is going to be the same, unless it could be inflation indexes. Wage income could be rising at the rate of inflation. But that said, if I look at it in real dollars, it's going to be flat. It's going to be level, right? So that's correct. It's stable wage income. The contributions will be constant, at least in real dollars. For the stockbroker, it's variable wage income. That's true. So obviously, the ability to contribute is a function of this variability. Well, for the base income, the base salary, there'll be no variability because all stockbrokers, all financial advisors do get a base wage. That's not a lot, but it's going to be fixed. There's no variability there. What's variable is their bonus or performance compensation. So in that sense, that would be variable. But again, that's on the input side. I want to know about the output. How do I invest the money given my situation of variability versus stability in my wage income? Very simple question. And I can pose 100 challenging or slightly complex financial questions, and I guarantee you it'll come back with the same kind of problematic answers. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's done pretty well so far, but it's drawing on the database of answers. And until I input the right answer, or the people who trained me on this in MIT, Cornell, and all these other world-class places, how they should be invested, these Bobbsey twins, until that input enters the database, I think it'll get this on average wrong answer, in my opinion. Okay. And that's where we feel we need better tools. And I'm going to come to that next. So I ask one more time, question. Hello, how about the labor wage income's correlation with the stock market? Hint, hint. Shouldn't that make a difference? Answer, absolutely. The labor wage income profile of each twin is a crucial factor to consider when planning for retirement. The difference in their income source, job security, blah, 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 will impact their investment strategies. Excellent. It's gone straight to the point. Now let's look at what it says. Low correlation for the tenured professor. The tenured professor's income is less correlated with the stock market. Absolutely correct. In fact, we have zero correlation with the stock market compared to the stockbroker. Academic positions often provide a stable income that is less affected by short-term market fluctuations. Okay, I don't even know what that means. That's not the way. I'm not looking for stable income. I'm looking for stable investments. Okay, next one, it says high correlation for the stockbroker with the market. The stockbroker's income being highly correlated. If markets perform well, the stockbroker may see increased income, but during market downturns, income may be more uncertain. Wait a minute. So now it's saying something that jives with me, with my training, that basically you have volatility and your strategy may have to differ because of the fact that in good times, you get good income, but in bad times, you have bad income. Now I have to say, how do I hedge myself against this? And it says correctly, having a portion of investments in assets that are less correlated to the stock market can help mitigate risk associated with potential downturns in the industry. It doesn't tell you how to invest. I thought it would, but it says the right thing, that you have to have downside risk protection if your portfolio is going to be subject to stock market vacillations and volatility, and look at it in such a way that you can also participate when markets do well. That's what we call a dynamic investment strategy with hedging in there. It's a little complex. It's a pretty good answer, but I think we can do a little better because my question was not to use derivatives or options or futures or any structured products. My question was, how do we invest across equities and fixed income? It's a very simple question. So now let's go to the next slide. So the Intellect Horizon organization team called it Chat Joe Pro, the free version, because I'm available for free. Textbook finance. So this is what I learned in my finance training. Given I don't have any blood samples from either the professor or the stockbroker to determine what their DNA and risk aversion and risk attitudes are, textbook finance informs us that correlations across asset classes matter. If your labor wage income stream, which is a big part of your portfolio early on in your life when you're 30 years old, that's going to be a big part. That may taper off as you build your nest egg, right? As you get closer to retirement, your wage income may be a smaller part of your overall portfolio because you've built your nest egg correctly, prudently. So what will happen is the wage income stream will be highly correlated with the market for the stockbroker. So if I was a financial advisor just given equities and fixed income securities to invest, I would say to the stockbroker, put less into equities and more into fixed income because you have the hedging component. When markets do well, your labor income will do well because you'll get bigger bonuses. And because your retirement savings or your life cycle savings is a function, it's a percentage of that income, you'll put more up into the retirement portfolio. Okay, so you start building it up even more during up markets. When the opposite happens, you have stability of income. That means when your stock market crashes and you have much less income in that year, you can actually still depend on your stable income of portfolio, your portfolio stable income assets to keep the portfolio robust and safe from the vicissitudes of the stock market. I hope you understand that. So it's a very subtle point that basically when markets do well, your income goes up as a stockbroker. You will put aside more. It's like a reserve pot into your investment portfolio. When markets go down, or God forbid, you lose your job because you work for Bear Stearns or Lehman Brothers, you still have the security of the safety net portfolio, which is more invested in fixed income securities or bonds. Could be inflation index bonds. It could be a laddered bond portfolio, and which is different from the way in which your twin brother, who is a professor, is invested. So, taking the next point, where my pointer is, if you are a Stanford computer science professor, so now I'm going back to a tenured professor. You're a Stanford computer science professor with a heavy reliance on your Silicon Valley consulting income to pay for your lavish lifestyle, which includes attending Burning Man. You may wish to consider an equities portfolio. Fine, that's fine. More than your twin brother, but be tech light. Because again, your consulting income now becomes a big part of your labor wage income. And that's highly correlated with the technology sector. So why don't you build a S&P, tell your financial advisor, I want an S&P 500 less or sans technology stocks in there, the technology sector. This is what I call intelligent investing. And that's what AI is supposed to do. But if you send it through ChatGPT, it doesn't do it at this stage. I need the people in this room to build an AI-driven, smart neural nest egg system that is able to provide advice like this, that takes into account considerations of where you are in your life cycle. What kind of job do you have? Do you already own a home? Your asset allocation cannot be the same as someone who has the opposite profile as you. It should be customized. A lot of times you'll find robo-advisors give you canned or standardized solutions. What AI and machine learning and natural language processing and all this fancy stuff, deep learning 3.0 or 4.0, whatever stage we're at now, can do is to customize solutions irrespective of what your income level is. Whether you're low income, middle income, or high income, everyone gets access to the same technology, the same smarts. And that's true democratization of the investment advisory function. And I believe that we can do it with AI and with help from humans who are well-trained and well-intentioned. So my answer here is, if I were to be very sophisticated, and these are the kinds of advice I give institutions and high net worth investors when I used to be in the industry, the stockbroker could also dynamically hedge against market drawdowns by keeping his equity allocation the same as the twin while buying put options or shorting futures on the S&P 500. This is just a dynamic strategy. If you don't understand how it works, don't worry. But this is what we can provide as a solution that talks about what ChatGPT said earlier, that you want to participate in up markets, yet have a safety net in down markets. That's the way you do it with financial instruments. And it's not speculative. It's what we call dynamic hedging in terms of investments. And that's life cycle investing. Now, I asked Dr. Brandon Donnelly, our champion host here, eminent host here, if he could run it through his expensive ChatGPT 4.0 system, the philanthropic version, because he didn't charge me anything for it, bless him, it did do a better job. The paid version did do a better job. For the stockbroker, it says correlation impacts my investment strategy significantly. It necessitates a dynamic approach, allowing me to capitalize on my high earnings period and shield myself during downturns. It is crucial to have a well-diversified portfolio to mitigate risks associated with correlation. To me, this was a very, very good answer. It doesn't tell me how to do that. I did that above in this red box, in the above box. That's what I told you to do. If you came to me within 2 minutes, I've told you that's what you got to do. But ChatGPT 4.0 took a bit of nudging and it came to the right answer, but it did not tell me how to do it through my investment profile itself. So, okay. I want to tell you that this whole textbook finance was approach of correlations was written back in I'm being blocked out here. I think it was written in the 70s or 1992, maybe. I can't see the words very clearly, by some MIT linked professors, Robert Merton. Oh, there we go. 1992. It was written by Bob Merton, who is at MIT, and his colleagues William Samuelson and Zvi Bodhi. These are leading thinkers in this field, and they have a lot to do with managing or advising on investments. And they wrote about this way back, probably about 30 years ago. So I can tell you that the solution existed, but ChatGPT didn't have that answer. And if you talk to most financial advisors, they will not give you this answer that's boxed up here. That's unfortunately the state of the game today. So what's neural nest eggs? It's designing a smart, well thought out, well intentioned retirement program that democratizes the whole investment process, that everyone from the low income, middle income, high income can have access, if they want, to a system that gives them unfettered, unbiased sort of advice that is suitable and customized to their situation. If you go to a financial advisor, they'll tell you, oh, if you don't have $1 million and above, or $5 million and above, or 25 million and above, you have different levels of advice. All the rest go to this robo system where you have canned advice. What I'm saying is neural nest eggs, which I proposed in 2019, is the way in which we can truly democratize, and we need people in this room to help us design such systems. Okay. So what's the problem with the current robo system? It lacks personalization. It lacks dynamic adjustments. As I explained to you of Bobsy twins, we can develop dynamic trading strategies, but it doesn't do that. It gives you a static solution. At best, it'll give you a glide path, but we'll come to glide paths later. It's a very canned, non-changing. It's a fixed program that's common to everyone. Again, the customization is lacking. It lacks intelligence that incorporates the best academic research and solutions, as in the Bobsy twins example I illustrated. It lacks inflation indexing features. Nowhere did it mention inflation indexing. I think that's very important because our cost of living keeps going up, and $3,000 that you receive today on a monthly basis is going to be worth a lot less 35 years or 40 years from now if inflation is averaging 3 to 4%. Okay, so we have to remember that. And high management costs. Despite technology being the intervener in most robo-advisors, the way in which they implement the solutions and the way in which advisors participate in the system, it still is a high-cost system. My view is technology and AI should generate a very cost-efficient, a good one, a smart one, but it should be cost-efficient, both on the portfolio management as well as the execution platform, and make the retiring saving system affordable for everyone. Remember, when you design a system, a robo system for retirement or life cycle investing, don't target the ultra high net worth investors. They don't even need a robo, okay? Because they're busy buying their charter jets and private jets and yachts and so on. Design it for the middle income, because if you design it for the middle income, it's going to be more usable and more acceptable. Okay. So the next thing is AI at its first best. Again, I apologize, the animation was lost in translation. It's supposed to appear in the questions, and then you're supposed to answer it with a poll and all that stuff. But I lost all that as part of the transition to the current platform. So the first question I ask you is, the average investor is concerned about 3 fundamental issues in retirement. That means he's 68 years old or she's 68 years old. What are they interested in? And I say that it's receiving a reasonable level payout every month. It should last for as long as the retiree lives. I don't want to wake up one day and find out I'm still alive, but my payouts have run out. My retirement income has run out. That's bad. And it should be indexed to his or her cost of living. Now, there are many ways to measure the cost of living. You could use CPI. You could use sort of per capita income, which means you want to make sure that you keep as your consumption level goes up, not inflation, but your consumption bundle of goods go up. You keep up with that, because as we get richer, as technology advances, we want more goods in our consumption bundle. So we may need to index to that kind of bundle as opposed to the CPI itself, which is a fixed set of goods. So what's the answer? If you talk to the broker or financial advisor, most of them will just come up with these canned answers, not the red box. Don't look at the red box. Target risk, target date, all weather portfolios, all these sexy portfolios, or use the golden rule, 100 minus age. I don't know how many in this room have been advised to invest according to the 100 minus age golden rule. That means if you're 50 years old, put 50% in equities and 50% in bonds. If you're 60 years old, put 40% in equities, 60% in bonds, things like that. Okay, that can't be so more ass backwards advice. The right answer advisors should say is, if that's what you want, I'll get you a target income or life annuity scheme, and we'll invest towards that so that you can meet your goals in retirement. So the right answer would be in the red box. Second question, goal is to provide for 4 years of tuition fees and lodging at a university, like maybe MIT or Cornell or Stanford, which is very expensive, beginning when your child is 18 years old. So the usual answer is, oh man, we've got 18 years to go. Your child is just a month old. Let's invest in growth equities when your child is young. Then move your investment slowly into bonds as she approaches 18. This is called the glide path strategy. You start 100% in growth equities, expensive, actively managed growth equities, because you're shooting for the fence. And then as you go along, you glide down, exponentially glide down. Think of an exponentially decaying curve, e to the minus lambda t. It's going down with time and putting more and more into bonds and less into equities as your child approaches 18. Why go through all this complicated strategy where I have to watch my portfolio, did the markets go down and all that? Just buy a laddered inflation index bond portfolio maturing at age 18, 19, 20, 21. The problem is taken off your books, and you don't even need a financial advisor to do this. You can buy it directly from the US Federal Reserve, as I do. It's called treasurydirect.gov. Okay, you can buy this laddered bond portfolio with no fees, with no commissions, directly at treasury.gov. So basically I'm saying that, the answers you get from the traditional financial advisors may not be first best. Okay, if they are not first best, you have no hope that the AI system will also be first best, because it's pulling all these solutions and all this data. And my view is that unless the right data goes in and is able to pick out the outliers, will it not give you the right solution? And that's my point. And I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm not a big user of the systems, but I'm an engineer by training. So I do think that we still have room to grow. Okay, what does retirement mean for an average person? Setting your goals, designing a program that helps you achieve those goals. It should be about continuing with your economically and socially productive activities and lifestyle pursuits, whether it's for work, travel, leisure, whatever, and also hospitalization, healthcare. Remember that. I think Sanjay spoke about aging population. A big part of Japan, so I just got back from Tokyo. I spent about 9 days there. A big part of the problem there in Tokyo is elderly care, because the demographic is not in their favor unless they do something very quickly about it, i.e. immigration and all this other stuff. It's going to still continue working for them for the next 35 years. So basically, you still need healthcare when you retire. You still would like to pursue your lifestyle pursuits. You want to go on vacations. You want to still work maybe a little bit part-time. So how do you participate in that? Of course, the proportion you spend to these pursuits may differ over the life cycle. You may want to spend more time on leisure activities, gardening, your hobbies, reading, as opposed to working in retirement. So we change that around. And then we have those 3 things I told you about retirement that must support these activities or your goals. That is steady income, index to inflation, lasts as long as I live. I don't want to wake up one morning and find out I'm not dead, but my retirement income is run out. That's bad, okay? I also wrote something back in 2014 about the 7 pillars of a good system, a good retirement system. I won't go through each of them, but I spoke about some of them before. Keep it simple. Whether it's an AI design system or a government design system or private sector design system, keep it simple. Don't assume your investors or retirees are trained or have a PhD in finance or PhD in rocket science field. So keep it simple. Don't dig into your retirement pot early. Many countries, including those in Malaysia and Singapore and the US, allow you to dig into the pot, as they did during COVID-19. Malaysia, Australia, India, US. allow people to dig into the pot. Some may say that's okay because that belongs to them. But remember, your retirement pot is a long-term strategy, so you should resist digging into the pot, irrespective of what kind of calamity you face. It's the government's or the state's responsibility to provide during periods of pandemics, tsunamis, earthquakes, and so on. The state should be providing for it, not your retirement pot. Okay. Make sure you have a lifetime income in the retirement pot. That means you can convert your accumulated savings at the point of retirement or any point in the life cycle into a retirement annuity, which is for life. Okay. And if you can get inflation index as you can in the UK and US, even better. You can't get inflation index strategies or products in Malaysia or Singapore because there are no inflation index bonds, unfortunately. Keep funds low, keep costs low. I already talked about keeping the cost low. If you allow lump sum withdrawals, allow it only to a limit. That means cap it. If you own a home, consider monetizing it by a cost-efficient reverse mortgage scheme. America has this, UK has it, Singapore has it. Now Malaysia just introduced it. Hong Kong has it as well. So this is good. Always use your home as a source of income in retirement through a reverse mortgage, but it must be cost-efficient. Don't go for those expensive reverse mortgage schemes. And offer financial literacy through social media. I noticed on Intellect Horizon, social media is a major connector. It's a major platform. I'm learning. I don't have a LinkedIn. I don't have Facebook. I'm learning how incredibly powerful it is. And basically, I think that's the way you reach out to people on how to invest. Same with traditional media. You have soundbite jingles and community activities. So let me see how much time I have. Oh, good. I think I have up to 10:50 or 10:45. So I'm going to keep going. I still have some more slides to go. I want to just illustrate to you about waking up and you're still alive, but you've run out of money. Here's a study by Russell Investments, a very simple one. Anyone can do it using Excel and some bootstrap Monte Carlo simulation techniques. What it do is you have $1 million. You have three types of investors. Each of them have $1 million and they are in three different environments. Let's assume they're three different environments. They want to withdraw 50,000 in real dollars. Let's keep it all in real dollars so we don't have to worry about inflation. 50,000 in real dollars every year, okay, for their expenditures in retirement. So yeah, that's their plan, 50,000 in retirement. Let's look at the series. We have three series. It's just permutated. That's all. Everything's the same. It's basically 4.2% on average. If you watch my mouse, the average returns over 25 years, over the life cycle investing period is 4.2%. But we just flipped it. Scenario A, you get hit with a drawdown. A global financial crisis happens in year one, minus 10%. Then you get 2 to 24, on average 4.2. And then in the final year, you get a pop of 18.5%. Scenario B, this investor who has 1 million and wants to withdraw $50,000 in real dollars every year, this scenario is 4.2 throughout. So the average is still 4.2. And the final one is basically the flip where the first year is 18.5%. That's scenario C. And then the final year, you have minus 10%. Okay. So almost identical return streams with identical medians or averages. But look at what happens. The scenario A, who got hit with the global financial crisis in the first year. So imagine you put aside $1 million in 2009, January 2009, for your retirement, and then you hit the global financial crisis in September, October 2008. 2009 or whatever that happened. Okay. It happened 2008, sorry. So in October 2008, let's say you put aside Jan 1, $1 million in 2008, and then the global financial crisis hits, and we know it was down, markets were down more than 10%. This is what happens. In 21 years, you have no more money left. Okay. In the case of scenario B, which has an average of 4.2%, you have no more money left at 25 years. In the third scenario, you still have 286,000 left in 25 years. Look, when I invest for retirement in a life cycle approach, and I'm not a doctorate in finance, or I'm not a startup endowed with millions of dollars because I sold my company at one of the financial in an initial public offering. I can't end up in a situation where in 21 years I've got no money left and I'm still alive, right? So basically, this is what we call hope for the best type strategies. You give it to your investor, they put it into the stock market, and you're a stockbroker yourself. And if you hit scenario A, you're out of money in 21 years. Okay. And that is not the way we invest. We have to prepare for the worst. That is, you may run out of money. So, how do we invest? At least our safety net in that form. All the others, you can take risk, but there should be a safety net portfolio that meets your retirement goals, whatever they may be, in terms of dollar amount, in terms of lifestyle, in terms of expenditures, in terms of healthcare needs. Okay. So let me keep going. The graph here is just the same thing. It just shows you how the scenario A, B, and C ends up. This runs out money in 21 years, this one 25, and this one still has money. That's scenario C. It's just a graphical representation. So what do? Do we raise our hands and say, what can I do? Of course not. There are solutions to everything. It's just we are getting bad solutions so far. So if you are building a proper, smart, deep learning 3.0 robo-advisor for life cycle investing, the first thing you can do as the robo is to stratify your population, not by age. Don't use this 100 minus age formula. That's too naive. That's too inferior. It's suboptimal. You stratify your population into their risk characteristics. Just like how in programming languages you have characteristics and so on, you build it into risk characteristics. And then group them, all those in the same risk characteristics. Perhaps age is one of them, but it's not necessary, as I showed you in the Bobsey twins example. Put them into retirement cohorts so that you can do a large-scale portfolio here. That means you can make it customized, but for this representative retirement cohort. But I'm saying you can even do it for individuals. In case you don't want to do it for individuals, this is one way to do it. Build the characteristics out. Build up the prediction of job losses, mortgage payments, defaults, income expenditure, marriage, children, and tuition, all that into your longitudinal time series. That means have a predictive model that takes the data to look at how this representative retirement cohorts have such events in their life over their life cycle. This is a dynamic model. It cannot be static. Then anomaly detection. Detect any changes in their savings or spending pattern because they bought a house, or because they lost a job, or because they had a child. That's called anomaly detection. And then only with all these three parts in place, you do the optimization for the representative cohort or for the individual, depending on how powerful your system is. Okay. If you build such a system, if I asked you the same question on retirement, that I want a fixed income that grows at the rate of inflation and lasts as long as I live, your tool should automatically get out of this idea of putting into bond mutual funds and instead create a certainty of income through a target date structure or a inflation index bond, laddered bond portfolio, and so on. It should automatically provide that solution. If you follow a target date structure that has equities and bonds, and it has a glide path, I'm okay with that. I think they have superior solutions. But if you want to do a glide path, that's fine. But make sure you use AI to manage the glide path according to what I said earlier, which is basically that it should detect any anomalies and make adjustments. It should do prediction of these functions here. So predictive and anomaly detection that will drive your glide path. Okay, so your glide path is endogenous. In economics, we call it, it's an endogenous glide path, not an exogenous, specified externally without consideration of the economic environment or the circumstances of the individual or the investor. That's called exogenous, which is how all robos are built right now. So I'm telling you, if you can build a glide path that is endogenous, that is taking into account all the different characteristics and changing dynamics of the retirement cohort, I think you'll do a lot better. Okay. So this is again reiterating what a smart retirement framework is: stratification of population by their risk profile characteristics. That means define, just like how stocks can be defined by their risk characteristics, including value, growth, momentum, value. Sorry, I already said value, size, ESG characteristics. Just like how you analysts build characteristics around stocks and bonds. Bonds, you use credit risk, credit premium, and other things. We need to also build risk characteristics of individuals so that we can group them, so we can provide larger scale solutions. Do the prediction and anomaly detection of life changes from graduation all the way to retirement. Do the optimization that is smart, and hopefully you'll have a happy retirement finally. Now, if your AI system is really smart, it will also propose, oops, I hope you can still hear me. Okay, I hear some echoing. I hope you can still hear me. If the AI system is pretty smart, it will not just provide you with the investment strategy. This is what we call a dynamic strategy implemented with options or derivatives. So basically, I have a floor which grows at the rate of inflation, and that's my bond floor. I can do it, I can construct it using inflation index bonds. And then this is the participation in equities. That means in good times, just like how ChatGPT 4.0 suggested, participate in the upside of the market, but do not participate in the downside. Protect your downside. Actually, you can do it with derivatives through risk management. There are financial products out there that will allow you to do that. But what I would prefer to see is your robo coming up automatically for the stockbroker, not necessarily for the professor. Because the professor can take risk. It's okay. We told that the stable income part is hedged here. But the stockbroker would get a portfolio that looks like this. Stable safety net that will have upside participation in good markets, okay? Just as ChatGPT 4.0 proposed. But it did not give me the solution. I'd like to see the solution provided, okay? And I know how to construct this. And I'm sure many of you who have gone through a good finance program, PhD program, or good executive master's program would know how to construct this as well. Behind this payout structure lies a dynamic trading strategy. And that's our job, or the AI tool's job, to come up with a dynamic strategy that can replicate this payout. It's not the investor's job. It's not the plumbers or the machine operator's job. It's our job to provide the smarts in the engine so that all the investor sees is this payout profile. He doesn't have to worry how we built the engine, how we created the solution. All he has to worry about is how this payout looks like, and they feel comfortable with that. Okay, that sort of ends my talk. I'm reaching the end. It's about 10:40. I'll take questions. I have a book that covers all this, just like Sanjay. I have a book. I just published it in April. It talks in very layman's term. I mean, not layman, but rather professional layman term, how to think about investments, how to think about digital economy, how to think about retirement, what's this role of the state. I have a whole bunch of chapters of my past writings, some of my own, some with my colleagues, and so on, that's put into a book. If you're interested, you can get it at Amazon. And that's the only pitching I'm going to do. I promise, Brandon, no other pitching. But, this is it. Okay, Brandon, I'm actually done. I hope it went okay. I'm going to hand it back to you for questions.
Easiest way, and for those that we can't manage to get to, I do apologize. I have to say, Joe, it is crazy. You had just under 1,300 people when you started to talk about how they can how can they get rich, right? And they still were here when you said they have to actually think about it, and it wasn't quick as well. So one of the questions that I thought was that the moderator passed over is, if AI can't predict investment outcomes without, that was the second one. I've always believed that the stock market is driven by human emotions like fear and greed. How does an AI, which doesn't have emotions, work through such a landscape?
Very good question. Now, we know that there are investment houses out there who are very successful, from AQR, Citadel, Renaissance, and BlackRock, who actually design strategies that take into account human sentiment. Okay, if these investment houses can do it through their training, most of them are trained, their PhDs in computer science and in economics and finance, I don't see why the AI can't learn to do the same thing. It should incorporate human sentiment, and there are proxies and indicators out there that give you an indication of what human sentiment is. We have actually behavioral finance, a well-developed field where a whole bunch of contrarian fear factor biases that are incorporated into the investment approach, and they basically provide you with a better investment strategy. If humans and fund houses can create it, I don't believe AI cannot create it. I think the machines can also learn. We just have to build them a different way, not the way we build it traditionally. So that's my quick answer to that question.
Fantastic. And we have another one. We'll end it on this one. It seems very apropos and to fit into what you've been talking about. And it's very formal, by the way. This is the only one that starts out with your name, Joseph. So, Joseph, I've always heard that AI can predict stock market movements. Why isn't it as simple as just letting AI tell us where to invest our money?
Okay, predicting stock market movements is not an easy strategy. Now, it can work. I can predict stock markets too if I use 30 or 40 factors. If I over-parameterize my model and my financial systems, I can predict the market, but not for very long. I'll get it wrong at some point, and I'll get it very, very wrong. So because of the fact that there's this thing called momentum in markets, there's some kind of positive feedback trading, whether things are going up or down. And that's one of the factors we used when I was investing. I managed a large portfolio for clients as well. Momentum was one of those factors. Renaissance and a lot of the high-frequency traders use momentum as a key strategy. When momentum is operating in the market, you think you can do very well. You think you're a very good investor. Remember the dot-com crisis, where even farmers' wives in Indiana or Illinois, I forget where they were, maybe Iowa, were doing such a good job investing in dot-com stocks because there's only one direction, it's only going up. Now, we never hear about this farmers' spouses fund shop anymore. It used to be featured in the Wall Street Journal. It's because it crashed like crazy and they didn't know how to invest. So don't get deceived by short-term luck versus proper predictive models. That said, it's very hard to predict the stock market. What I showed you earlier was nothing to do with predicting the stock market. It's taking the investor's risk preference, goals, and then coming up with the existing products without any prediction for the long term, how I can achieve my goals through investment strategies and products. I never predicted where the stock market was going. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Again, everybody, this is Joe Cherian. He is Joseph Cherian, who is the Deputy CEO of the Asia School of Business. And he's given us some incredible and fascinating insights, as well as a discount for your book. Let me put that back up on stage for just one moment, on how to invest better, and maybe not to listen to Joe GPT, but maybe take a class from the original Joe instead. We're going to go on ahead and move in 9 minutes to the next talk, which I'm told is me, so I apologize ahead of time. And we will also begin setting up for Cyber Clash, which will be active and alive on the other stream. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Brendan. Bye.
In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragonscale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines brightly. Welcome to the University of Waterloo, where the future of education is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a university. It's a crucible of innovation, a forge of knowledge, a hub that empowers the now generation with the skills and abilities needed to push the boundaries of knowledge. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where curiosity is the compass that guides us. Imagine a world where learning is not confined to the four walls of a classroom, but extends to world-class facilities, cutting-edge technologies, and a global community of learners. A world where education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about creating a brighter tomorrow. This is the world that the University of Waterloo is creating. We are the vanguard, the pioneers of this educational renaissance. We are the innovators who dare to envision a world where anyone and everyone who wants to learn can do so, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. University of Waterloo, where the future of education isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future. Discover the University of Waterloo today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. Prepare for liftoff as Starship Seekers at Intellect Horizon invites you to embark on the most exhilarating journey of your career. In the vast expanse of the professional universe, stars are aligning and galaxies of opportunities are merging. Whether you're an astronaut of animation, a cosmonaut of coding, or a pioneer of pixel artistry, your next mission awaits. Feel the gravitational pull towards a constellation of recruiters, each shining brightly with roles that promise to rocket your aspirations to new galaxies. Don't just shoot for the stars, become one. Every interaction at Starship Seekers is a meteoric moment, a chance to collide with potential and create cosmic connections. But remember, in this celestial dance of destiny, it's not just about finding the right planet to land on. It's about discovering a universe where your skills, passion, and dreams orbit in perfect harmony. So suit up, future spacefarers. The horizon isn't just a boundary. It's a beacon, signaling the dawn of new beginnings. At Starship Seekers, we believe in the power of potential, in the magic of the Milky Way, and most importantly, in you. So come aboard. Let's traverse the astral avenues of ambition together. Because at Intellect Horizon, your next Big Bang moment is just a star's twinkle away. Starship Seekers, propel your career to galactic heights. Prepare for liftoff as Starship Seekers at Intellect Horizon invites you to embark on the most exhilarating journey of your career. In the vast expanse of the professional universe, stars are aligning and galaxies of opportunities are merging. Whether you're an astronaut of animation, a cosmonaut of coding, or a pioneer of pixel artistry, your next mission awaits. Feel the gravitational pull towards a constellation of recruiters, each shining brightly with roles that promise to rocket your aspirations to new galaxies. Don't just shoot for the stars, become one. Every interaction at Starship Seekers is a meteoric moment, a chance to collide with potential and create cosmic connections. But remember, in this celestial dance of destiny,
All right, everybody, we're back, and thank you for tuning in. We are incredibly excited for the next presentation, which happens to be me in this particular case, so I apologize ahead of time. I'd like to thank the over currently 1,000 people that happen to be on right now, as it is incredible to see the questions, the energy, the enthusiasm, and with the perspectives that have been brought. My only fear is that we've not been able to get to all of the questions through all of the different streams, through all of the different social media channels, but we are trying. With that said, I will go on ahead and kick off a presentation now. In this case, it is going to be Executive Elevation, AI's Artistry in an All-Encompassing Advancement. And whilst we're at it, we're going to try to be a little fancier, and we're going to switch to the Intellect Horizon background. With that said, my name is Dr. Brandon Donnelly. I am presently here visiting the Asia School of Business in Kuala Lumpur, and we're going to talk about how can an executive do some AI judo in order to elevate, uplift, and do more, see more, and have eyes literally in the back of their heads. I don't know about that last part, but let's see, shall we? So AI is from tech labs to tabloids. And there's a lot of sensationalism. One of the things that I think we've been able to see is, especially for those on LinkedIn, everybody overnight has become an instantaneous sensation and an expert and a talking head with AI. But nobody actually knows what it means or the relative intelligence of the capabilities and capacities of artificial intelligence. We have speakers that are going to come up like Rohit, who happen to be in large unstructured data sets, and we have Seppi from Oxford, who's been working in AI for her whole life, that maybe have some other ideas and thoughts on the matter. But it's been rapidly adopted. And within a year, what we've found in a McKinsey report is that 1/3 of survey respondents indicated that their organizations are using tools already. And this is only going to grow. 40% of those who responded also said that they plan to increase their AI investment due to advances in generative AI. One of the challenges and concerns is around data governance and data security when it comes to the utilization of artificial intelligence within the use of large organizations and enterprises. And unfortunately, people are getting a little bit scared right now. There's some sensationalism, some protectionism that's going in. One of the reasons why we focus today on the importance, on the drive, and on the ability for people to know how AI works and to see it in action, and from the practitioners, both on a rigor and corporate side, but also on an academic side, is to help demystify this. I think one of the fascinating things is the need of continuing education. We've had several personal stories and use cases that even though you can go to chat.openai.com and play with ChatGPT, a very large embodiment of individuals have not actually done that. The data sets and reliability, just like most of the things that I say, can sound truthful, assertive, and confident, but may not be fully accurate. And it's that question of trust in the data, in the answers, and the accuracy that make people question. So AI, right? Let's talk about making office coffee chats cooler. So one of the fascinating perspectives that we have, and one of the things that I've noticed, is that not a lot of people want to talk about the reality that there is going to be job displacement, that we're going to adopt new ways of marketing, video production. As I alluded to in the opening, the Hollywood writers' strike was another indication of a lot of the insecurities that are being faced, that are at the onset of the inception of artificial intelligence. In fact, you can actually see an X-Files 1994 episode talking about the smart buildings and the AI, but the practical application and availability and ease of integration of AI tools in our workplace. And indeed, for an executive, it can actually be used as an augmentary tool that can help you do more, be more productive, and then also remove the redundancies that happen to be in the workplace that aren't as exciting, as enthusiastic, or as impactful. So I think one of the largest challenges is culture, and that is the culture of adoption, the culture of the utilization of artificial intelligence within a workplace. And because it's so new, normalizing and enabling people to play around with these tools. Academia, and one of the excellent questions that had been asked was, should I stop my students from using this? Not, is the way that we're teaching things maybe a little bit sideways? Or that is to say, is it not that we can grow and adopt and engage with the tools and technology that's available on the market today? And so culture is the first place where innovation can take shape. And if you don't want to be a loser of business that has your job or has your organization not competitive because you want to take a protectionist view with the utilization of artificial intelligence, there are those who will start to use it. There are those who will adopt it. And there are those that are going to go through that process and by the time that they're done, be far more competitive and be able to protect their employees as a byproduct of their work. So if we move on to the next slide, I think the other one is it's not all rocket scientists or rocket science. In fact, one of the things that it can be is tools that we've all used and started with. If you've written a paper or an email that gives predictive overlays or corrections, that happens to me quite a lot. It's tools like Grammarly that are used for natural language processing, while others like Siri and Alexa, I don't think Siri or Alexa still gets quite everything that I have to say, but those are using voice commands. Neural networks is going to be something that you'll probably hear a lot of today, and that is that there are these systems that are modeled after the human brain, and through different ways of algorithmically detecting information and shaping and processing and massaging it, they're able to make predictions and outputs. So it's all of these algorithms that are producing and providing outputted information. The next part, reinforcement. This is best known by the Google DeepMind team, and that was used to train algorithms through trial and error. And famously, AlphaGo was able to beat the world champion. I think the thing that we have to be mindful of are the ethical considerations of AI and what are the worries of humanity versus something that these algorithms may have an inherent bias to a specific group or even through the way that it shapes data. And there's not really a ton of understanding by the general population of how these algorithms work. But let's talk about being from drab to fab and how it can help you instead. So I think AI is something that you can use to amplify your online presence. In fact, a lot of outreach and engagement, if I use LinkedIn again as an example, you'll have a shaped message that takes information from a CRM and it's used by a lot of salespeople. Some of it is templated, but others are starting to use and to adopt, including within the LinkedIn platform itself, the way of adding suggested communication that has impactful outputs. The other one is automation. And automation doesn't have to mean that it's impersonal, but it means that you can catch up, that you can have conversations, that inevitably we're going to be living in a world where your AI is going to talk to my AI. And through that communication, there might be a good fit. It might mean that you're able to train it in the ways that you talk or your perspectives in a relationship or communication, and it will learn and adapt so that it feels impactful and genuinely you. And just because you can produce a lot of content with ChatGPT or with Hootsuite or any of these tools, doesn't mean that you shouldn't, or that you should rather. And that's because it's not perfectly authentic in a way that if it doesn't speak true to yourself, you have that uncanny valley that happens and people have a general understanding and pretty good feel for the lack of authenticity. And this gets back to my other part. As many of you might have seen, I have messaged the attendees of the conference who have signed up on LinkedIn saying that Brandon GPT is sending a message, and that's how it gets the name. And at some point, authenticity in your communication and being upfront with your audience or those who you communicate with that you are using these tools goes a long way. It builds trust. And this goes back to a world where trust is at a premium. So is AI creepily human or is it humanly creepy? The uncanny valley is a term where the brain looks at something and it doesn't look quite right. Something sticks out at it. It's kind of like those animatronic robots that have skin and the mouth moves, but it doesn't move in the right way or the right direction. And that's happening a lot with ChatGPT. If you're sending your professor at school a Shakespearean prose about how you were sick or how your dog ate your homework or whatever the excuse was, and that's not naturally how you would speak, and it's fine if that is, then there's going to be an incongruency. The in-person or the reality is not going to match the communication, and it's going to feel strange and odd, and it's going to put people in a state of defensiveness. So it can actually backfire and have the opposite effect. So I think one of the big things now, and one of the delights of this conversation that we're having at Intellect Horizon, is we are in a world full of answers. And it's not about our access to information, but it's about shaping our minds to ask the right questions. So we need to work through how is it that we can capture data in a way that we can use, make actionable, and that we can interrogate whether or not the way that we're communicating is the right way to get the results that we're seeking. An example of this is what they call prompt engineering. And this is where ChatGPT can give radically different answers depending on how you ask it, communicate with it, and have outputs from it. It's something profound to think about. This also depends on, and you might have seen it when people are asking Google for information, and based off of the way that somebody is writing the form of their question changes the results that they might see. Being curious helps in establishing a culture of curiosity in a way that you are asking the right questions in a world that is ever changing. Sanjay said earlier during the keynote, I have to change my slides again and again and again every couple of weeks because of the way that technology is evolving and moving. And we have folks like Michelle on the Starshot startup stage that is going to be talking about the 8 ways to peel a banana and how to step back and to breathe. Technology is only going to move faster. It's only going to get crazier. And you'll be able to adapt if you structure your mind to be critical, curious, and think like a scientist in ways. The inquiry is oftentimes more important than just getting an answer. So I alluded to this during the opening, and that is that AI experts are just expert salespeople. And the incredible statements of software platforms that are out on the market today, which is essentially just a skin for ChatGPT, is amazing and incredible. And that's not to say, as we'll go through some of these, that they're not valuable. But as you're bringing in experts or consultants, you have to ask yourself, what is their agenda? What is their interest? And is it helping your organization? Just like the adoption to cloud, this is a highly incentivized space right now. There's a lot of capital that is going in to try to shape, to embed, and to use AI everywhere. And the analogy goes that if you have a hammer, well, then everything looks like a nail, doesn't it? It seems like this is what's going on with Silicon Valley with a lot of the investment these days, which is if it has AI, we should invest. But I would actually say purpose over hype. When you're implementing this, ask yourself, why am I using this? What is it replacing? How is it augmenting my team? How is it enabling my success? And if the answers or the features don't match up to the reality or the expectation set, the question that we have to ask is it worth it, or is it just a sales pitch? So the importance of data, right? We hear about machine learning, and we hear about Elon Musk taking X and restricting the access to tweets. Why is this happening? Why is Reddit charging for API access? Why are the social media platforms being cautious and careful? Well, that's because it's the quality of the data that we're capturing. It is our ability to be able to use this information in a meaningful way. And with most of these algorithms, it is garbage in, garbage out. So if we don't have a good source of data, then it means that we aren't able to have insightful information to the depth and the breadth that we could have useful and impactful measures to have ChatGPT given an interesting answer or a relevant answer, or any AI model, be it one from Meta or one, even say if you're using an LLM from like Google Bard, the model doesn't matter. It depends on the data that they have to work with. And that's also why the tech companies, the Microsofts, the Googles, they're making moves quickly. So continuous refinement, it learns with the data that it gets, and relevance and recency is absolutely critical and important. But we're not going to talk about the foundations of AI. We're not going to talk about why data is the director and how these algorithms work. We're actually going to talk about the practical application of this. So as a part of this, at the Asia School of Business, I was able to give a talk for a female leadership summit. And we went through the use of all of these tools and how they can actually change and modify everything from your social media background, your LinkedIn, to practical use of, I need to create a presentation quickly and I don't know where to begin. So on the one side, I said, be wary of people that are here to sell AI solutions or experts that have answers. Now, this is where, and I don't have any interest in these companies, there is several that I think are valuable for you to play around with and have a low barrier to entry. That is that it's not very complicated, scary, or overwhelming. So the first is going to be the one that everybody talks about, which is ChatGPT. And they're integrating, and it's free. You can go to chat.openai.com, and as Professor Joe just said, you have the ability of asking questions to it, and it provides answers. And these are pretty interesting answers. The validity of it may not be accurate. It may not be real. You can say, why did Edward Scissorhands attend Oxford University? And it'll give you an answer and a justification as to why that is. And it may not make a lot of sense. It may not be true. And if you ask it if it's truthful, it can apologize, or it can say it is. I can even argue with you. But remember, with AI, it is a carefully crafted alphabet and word soup that's being delivered based off of the algorithms and the data. So don't always trust what you see. But it's a good tool. It helps you write emails. It can help you answer questions. And it can be, as Sanjay said, an elevator, an augmenter of your creative process. And Adobe Firefly, again, a wonderful tool. You can either edit and Photoshop existing photos, or you can synthetically create photos with a click of a button. And it's very, very user-friendly. Crisp AI, this is the app AI answer to voice isolation that Apple has, and that is that it removes everything from the client that you have to gently let down because you're just so busy with all of the new business that you're getting, down to the sound of a plane. It makes it so that you can be heard, that you're clear, you're crisp. Lumen 5 is something that you can generate really interesting, fascinating, dynamic, engaging videos and content with the click of a button. And it does what I would say the 95%. And the 5% is your secret sauce to make it your own and to customize it. This goes for beautiful.ai, which is something that uses what's called ChatGPT 4. and it can create entire PowerPoint presentations that you can download and share. The accuracy of it, again, especially if you're doing things like pitch decks for products or for investment, can sometimes be amusing. You can have times where you have 4 Mark Zuckerbergs with the photos of lizard people or of random cartoon characters that show up. And again, this is the part where it creates these placeholders because it doesn't fully understand it. However, the layout, the format, the slides that you tell it to make, it can do a great job. And then you can edit your photo in, your name, and whatever it is that you need to do to, again, add that 5%. And for me, I have both Asperger's and ADHD, and Otter.ai is probably one of my favorite tools for use. And this is something that joins in on all of the meetings that I go to, and it makes a live transcript, and then I can ask it questions and say, what are my follow-ups? How did this go? How did you read the situation? And it can give me insight into engagements, multiple or single, so that I can add it to my to-do list and try to stay ahead, especially on a day at a conference like right now. So AI, it can be your executive wand for making magical decisions. It's something that can be used for having access to timely information that matters the most. That is to say that you have information, insights, and can be informed about the state of things. The example with Otter AI is to demonstrate and to showcase that I don't remember per se all that happened within a 1 or 3 or sometimes what feels like a 20-hour meeting, and it can help give me a distilled set of information that I can have as actionable information. It can come in the forms of robotic automation for manufacturing, for building management, for when to follow up with customers. These are some of the really cool things. And as Joe mentioned in his in the previous talk, the predictive power is starting to get better. And so when we think about this for supply chain analytics, and what does a customer need, or what is the likelihood of something happening, all of this information can get piped in easy to use and understand dashboards. And that, of course, can help you make informed choices. A ethical quandary is whether or not you do that for the sentiment of employees and their drive, and if there's negative thoughts in a department, and how do you manage and mediate that? So again, there are ethical considerations, and I'm sure several Hollywood movies that talk about how do you stop people from committing crimes before they've committed the crime. So you don't want to be overzealous and overbearing. And remember with AI that you're not just deciding all of the time, you're taking information and you can foresee what could be or what can happen. So remember, the right tool for the right job. And as Sanjay had with his slides, it's probably going to have to be updated, because I'm sure that somebody somewhere is going to make a AI barista, and I'll have coffee being poured for me to keep me up for the conference. But for right now, you want to consider, is this tool or is this thing practical for me? Does it help? It's not a panacea. It's not a cure-all. It's not something that will solve all of your problems. And just because it's in a McKinsey report, or it's something that Gartner says that you should pay attention to, doesn't mean that it's going to be applicable or even cost-effective. Connectivity to a lot of these cloud services, or even if you have to run private instances of it, may have negative impacts on your ability for immediate adoption, at least for now. And so what excites me the most about AI is that you can keep learning, you can stay curious, and you can be the master of AI tools, that you can know through using it day in and day out, how it can impact and help your organization, how it can help your employees, and how it can help you be better and stronger at what you do to grow. And so I think tech has this really challenging space that there's all of these really large analogies that are used. The goal is to demystify and to break down the jargon, right? To make it understandable. If we start talking about foundational models and AI this and AI that, and machine learning and cognitive neural net, it can be a lot. Something that can be easy is, hey, do you think you can ask the AI what the best approach of organizing my calendar is, right? How is it that I can have it create a new LinkedIn photo for me? How is it that we can use it for marketing templates? And one of the fantastic things, and what we're doing here with Cyberclash around the globe, is we actually have the ability to have practical hands-on AI battle bots. And you can use tools like Blockly, where you're snapping code blocks of Lego in a Lego-like fashion together, and you can see how it works, and you can teach these concepts. You can have your employees go on Firefly and make the funniest presentation material that they can think of. Or in addition, how is it that we can add in these elements and create PowerPoints and then template it, right? And one of the fantastic things, just like our own lives, AI is a journey. It's not a destination. We will not reach a point of peak AI performance and supremacy unless we have Schwarzenegger come back, perhaps. Then we're in real trouble. But for now, it's going to keep growing, integrating, evolving. And so this provides the opportunity to enjoy the ride and to keep learning, to see how you can use it, and to see how perhaps one of the most magical things is how can you elevate your own abilities to create things that you thought were never possible. You can even ask ChatGPT to code for you. And so imagine if you've wanted to make an app, you can learn the concepts. If you want to master the way that things are done within everything from making brownies and how to bake, or where to travel around positive times of the year where the weather is going to be optimal, to editing videos. These are tools that can help with that. And so change, right? It's change management. And if you can see the image behind me, I thought it was somebody that was dramatically pushing AI away. And then I thought, actually, no, it can be somebody that is overwhelmed by the emotion and that they've decided to learn how to dance. Again, this is where my brain goes. So instead of it being a negative, let's think in the positives. Within your organization, work on change management in a fun and friendly way. And maybe we don't even call it change management. It can be something that is a opportunity, a gamified way that it's a contest of what is the best AI tool, or how and what did you learn and how did it help your job be better. It's coming and it's going to be disruptive. And as an executive, what you can do for your team is work on the way in which you're preparing, enabling, uplifting, and not just structurally within your company, but preparing your team to learn how to use it so they don't get left behind. And this is where continuous learning is so incredibly important and critical. So let's evolve together. Transformation isn't just about replacing the old, but evolving into something better. And as a leader and as an executive within your company, it is your responsibility if you ascribe to servant leadership, perhaps like I do, to bring your team along for the journey, because you're going to equip them to be the masters of this new world. And so what is the AI executive playbook? Command, sure. Communicate, why not? But let's focus on the conquer, right? How is it that you can master the digital landscape? What is the strategy for automated operations, and to make sure that you can be better, do better, and have a more efficient organization? Well, the first is start with educating yourself. Play with these tools, take a course. There's 1 or 3, 4, 5 different institutions here that can help and have classes on their own as well. But understand where it fits into your grand vision, where you can use it and how it can get applied in clear, meaningful, and impactful ways. And don't hide the fact that AI is a thing and that you're looking into it from your team. Rather, spend the opportunity of communication of how you can use it, of how it's getting adopted, and it's going to make their lives easier. Encourage them to learn about it, and maybe even have some sessions, right? Openness on this topic means that they're not going to feel blindsided or betrayed. So operational excellence, use AI to optimize your processes and drive efficiency. Unparalleled value seems a bit grandiose, but maybe if you were having a bot to chat with customers rather than having a human agent every time in a way that was empathetic and seemed natural, but then the human in the loop could jump in to make faster changes and make the experience better for a customer. So it's not just 100% bot 100% of the time, all the way down to meeting notes like we covered, or the creation of marketing material. There's a ton of tools where your team, when wielded correctly, can work together to do great things, but they can't if they don't know what they are and how to use them. A lot of the what's called the grunt work, right, can be overhauled. A lot of the manual processes AI can help with. And don't be a dinosaur. So in this digital age, the playbook has changed. And so you should be the one that gets to write the winning moves. And if you do, you're going to be able to take a shift in the market and wield it as your secret weapon to grow your organization, but also yourself as a byproduct. So let's turn your team from just mere mortals to superheroes. Let's empower them. Let's enable them with these tools. Let's amplify their strengths, figure out where they're having challenges, make it collaborative, make it fun, right? Foster that culture where you can fail upwards. One of the amazing things, even with not exactly AI, but 3D printing, is you can iteratively design. You can screw up and you can go through until you get your design perfect. AI in a way is very similar, because the cost of producing different variations of material is much cheaper. And that means that your human capital is the most valuable part. And so when you unlock the curiosity, when you remove the stigma of failing in the creative process, and you add something where it's your team is excited to share, then that should be celebrated. That's why it jumps directly down to celebrate those successes. If it's a small win, a big victory, the first client that you were able to win over with an AI PowerPoint, or if it's something as silly as what I did, which is change a photo of myself in a pink kimono for a presentation, and then posting it on LinkedIn for those influencer views. That's something that can be done. And learn together, right? Companies can sometimes say that they're like families, and whether or not that's just market talk, who knows? But you can create a more inclusive environment where you're along on the same journey, where because it's brand new to so many, it is a fantastic opportunity for you to, not just as an executive, but a team, a company, learn together. And through that process, you can unlock new opportunities, uncover new ways of doing things, but also connect on that excitement as you dive into the unknown. And it's less fearful because you're doing it together. And maybe this has some positive effects. You're going to be so efficient that it's not about the number of hours that you spend in a place, but it's the way in which you're able to be productive. So you have smart workflows. It automates those mundane tasks, and it lets you focus not just yourself, but your company on positivity, on having a better work-life balance. And instead of spending more money, you're earning more money, because it's not just about running around stressed. It's about being impactful. It's about navigating which call, which product, which direction you go, and you take your organization to be successful and to unlock those new horizons. And so let's kind of recap this. From bites to insights, you should have many aha moments. And it all comes down to this: embrace the future. AI is one technology of many, and how it's applied and where it's going to be used, and the ultimate end goal of it, we have no idea. Be it a deep fake, for political reasons by bad actors, or be it that you want to make funny cat videos and share it with the world. These are just several tools that can help elevate and automate and create a new generation that we aren't equipped to know. But we might as well figure out what it's all about. Authenticity comes in automation. So use these tools to amplify your voice, not replace it. You don't want to sound like everybody else. You want to be unique. Use it to help you express your vision for the world, to stay genuine in a world of corporate polish in the universe that is the way that technology is working, and the way that we all seem to have the same communication come at the same time and the same follow-up, because it's all scripted in a CRM. Collaboration and innovation, and Aaron with the University of Waterloo will say that it's just like a calculator. So don't hide from it, embrace it. Figure out how the true potential is usable for yourself to augment into impact. And change can be scary. Technology never stops. I feel if I miss a week that I'm years behind, and I don't know how I'm going to catch up. So equip yourself and your team with that sense of curiosity, that wonder, and turn challenges into opportunities whenever and wherever you go. So beep boop. My name is Brandon Donnelly. You can connect with me if you haven't already on LinkedIn. It's linkedin.com/in/STRACOS. And what I'll say is I will give us a 20-minute intermission so that we can run around, get prepared for the next session, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you, everybody.
In this thrilling workshop, we blur the lines between the digital and physical worlds. Attendees will form teams, each comprising both digital and in-person participants. The challenge? To build and control AI bots in a high-stakes race against time and each other. Digital participants will be the hack masters, using their skills to program, control, and optimize the AI bots. They'll also have the ability to deploy strategic hacks to slow down the opposing team's bot, adding a layer of intrigue and competition. Meanwhile, the in-person participants, the field commanders, will be responsible for the physical assembly of the bots, troubleshooting real-world obstacles, and countering the digital hacks from the opposing team. This exciting collaborative workshop will not only test your technical skills, but also your strategic thinking, teamwork, and adaptability. It's not just about who has the best coding skills or who can build the fastest bot. It's about communication, strategy, and synergy between the digital and physical realms. So, are you ready to join the ultimate AI showdown? Whether you're a hackmaster or a field commander, it's time to gear up for the Digital Physical Hackathon at Intellect Horizon. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragonscale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast...
Here's to the brave souls, the seekers of knowledge, to those who stand at the precipice of the unknown, ready to dive deep. With Decoded, they embark on a journey like no other. A journey powered by scientifically proven techniques, ensuring every step is grounded in evidence, every discovery rooted in fact. In this new age, they don't shy away from technology, they embrace it. With Decoded, the digital realm becomes a second home, making learning resonate with their heartbeat, echoing the rhythms of the no generation. Your journey is unique, and so is your AI companion. Customized, personalized, always ready to assist, to challenge, to inspire. With Decoded, you're never alone, making even the impossible seem possible. Step into a world where learning is social, dynamic, exhilarating. Collaborate, compete, rise to the top, all while mastering skills, where collaboration is the key, where grades aren't just scores but badges of honor, testaments to dedication, to passion, to the relentless pursuit of excellence. With Decoded's unique adaptive learning system, the platform molds itself to you, ensuring that every lesson, every topic resonates, clicks, makes sense. Inclusivity is not just a word, it's a promise. A promise that no matter how they learn, Decoded is there, ready to adapt, to evolve, to ensure that every voice is heard, every perspective valued. And as you navigate this vast expanse of knowledge, our mindfulness coach is there, a guiding light, ensuring that you remain grounded, centered, at peace. Decoded is more than just a platform, it's a promise to empower, to enlighten, to elevate. Dive in and let's decode your potential together. Here's to the brave soul.
In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space-time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform. It's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the line between minds, and yet you feel connected, united by the universal language of Pixel Chat. We are the vanguard, the linguists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Pixel Chat, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Discover Pixel. Welcome to the world of Ice Cream Corporation. Have you ever taken a moment to remember the simple joys of life? The thrill of chasing an ice cream truck, the anticipation of that first bite, the pure delight of a flavor that takes you back to childhood memories. That's what we're about. We're here to bring that same magic, that same wonder into the realm of technology. Our mission is clear. We don't just follow the crowd. We dream bigger. We see a future that's not just about gadgets and codes, but about experiences that touch the soul. We're blending the beauty of art with the power of technology, crafting moments that resonate, moments that inspire. Imagine a world where technology doesn't just work, but feels alive, where it doesn't just serve, but inspires. That's our vision. A world where every interaction, every bite is filled with possibility and wonder. Our essence? It's captured in a few simple words. Innovation. We dare to dream. Passion. Every endeavor fueled by heart. Integrity. We stand true. Always. Excellence. Only the best will do. Empathy. Crafting with care for you. Legacy. Building today. Shaping tomorrow. So come along. Dive into a world where the past meets the future. Where every moment is crafted with care. Where every experience is a journey back to the joys of childhood. Welcome to a world where you can always savor the unexpected. Welcome to Ice Cream Corporation. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars. They challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of academic sky, welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space-time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. Welcome. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines brightly. Welcome to the University of Waterloo, where the future of education is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a university. It's a crucible of innovation, a forge of knowledge, a hub that empowers the now generation with the skills and abilities needed to push the boundaries of knowledge. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where curiosity is the compass that guides us. Imagine a world where learning is not confined to the four walls of a classroom, but extends to world-class facilities, cutting-edge technologies, and a global community of learners. A world where education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about creating a brighter tomorrow. This is the world that the University of Waterloo is creating. We are the vanguard, the pioneers of this educational renaissance. We are the innovators who dare to envision a world where anyone and everyone who wants to learn can do so, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. University of Waterloo, where the future of education isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future. Discover the University of Waterloo today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for waiting. I am here to say that unfortunately, Nikos is not going to be able to join us, but fret not. Aaron DeFaria with the University of Waterloo has said that he is going to join in his stead. Having seen his presentation, it is incredible, it is amazing, and I'm delighted. But In order to make this slight adjustment, we need just about 10 minutes. So if we can have you come back within 10 minutes, we will be here, and don't go away. And because of the break system, we'll be able to stay on schedule, and we'll make sure that the 45 minutes complete with the questions will be there. So we will catch you in the next 10 minutes with Aaron DeFaria from the University of Waterloo.
In this thrilling workshop, we blur the lines between the digital and physical worlds. Attendees will form teams, each comprising both digital and in-person participants. The challenge? To build and control AI bots in a high-stakes race against time and each other. Digital participants will be the hack masters, using their skills to program, control, and optimize the AI bots. They'll also have the ability to deploy strategic hacks to slow down the opposing team's bot, adding a layer of intrigue and competition. Meanwhile, the in-person participants, the field commanders, will be responsible for the physical assembly of the bots, troubleshooting real-world obstacles, and countering the digital hacks from the opposing team. This exciting collaborative workshop will not only test your technical skills, but also your strategic thinking, teamwork, and adaptability. It's not just about who has the best coding skills or who can build the fastest bot. It's about communication, strategy, and synergy between the digital and physical realms. So, are you ready to join the ultimate AI showdown? Whether you're a hackmaster or a field commander, it's time to gear up for the digital physical hackathon at Intellect Horizon. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragonscale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the bell, prepare for liftoff. As Starship Seekers at Intellect Horizon invites you to embark on the most exhilarating journey of your career. In the vast expanse of the professional universe, stars are aligning and galaxies of opportunities are merging. Whether you're an astronaut of animation, a cosmonaut of coding, or a pioneer of pixel artistry, your next mission awaits. Feel the gravitational pull towards a constellation of recruiters, each shining brightly with roles that promise to rocket your aspirations to new galaxies. Don't just shoot for the stars, become one. Every interaction at Starship Seekers is a meteoric moment, a chance to collide with potential and create cosmic connections. But remember, in this celestial dance of destiny, it's not just about finding the right planet to land on. It's about discovering a universe where your skills, passion, and dreams orbit in perfect harmony. So suit up, future spacefarers. The horizon isn't just a boundary. It's a beacon, signaling the dawn of new beginnings. At Starship Seekers, we believe in the power of potential, in the magic of the Milky Way, and most importantly, in you. So come aboard. Let's traverse the astral avenues of ambition together. Because at Intellect Horizon, your next Big Bang moment is just a star's twinkle away. Starship Seekers, propel your career to galactic heights. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines brightly. Welcome to the University of Waterloo, where the future of education is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a university. It's a crucible of innovation, a forge of knowledge, a hub that empowers the now generation with the skills and abilities needed to push the boundaries of knowledge. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where curiosity is the compass that guides us. Imagine a world where learning is not confined to the four walls of a classroom, but extends to world-class facilities, cutting-edge technologies, and a global community of learners. A world where education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about creating a brighter tomorrow. This is the world that the University of Waterloo is creating. We are the vanguard, the pioneers of this educational renaissance. We are the innovators who dare to envision a world where anyone and everyone who wants to learn can do so, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. University of Waterloo, where the future of education isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future. Discover the University of Waterloo today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution.
All righty, we are back, and outside of a speaker, unfortunately, Nikos not being able to join, we have a savior. Some would call him a original instigator of this conference, and the one that we have all to blame. It is the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is Aaron DeFaria from the University of Waterloo. Before I presume that you can hear and speak, because we've had a few audio glitches, darn conference calls. We still can't fix it. All of these bright minds. Can you hear us? And can we hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Brandon?
I can. So we're going to talk about organizational innovation is human driven and powering the I in AI. I already stole your calculator and AI tool analogy, but I wanted to give you the original credit. Are you ready to take it away and save us from a potential hour of emptiness, which we cannot have?
Absolutely, Brandon. And I appreciate you inviting me to speak and have this opportunity to talk to folks today about how organizational innovation is human driven. Before I jump into my talk, I wanted to also say thank you to yourself and to the entire Intellect Horizon team for all the work they've done. Pulling this conference off in less than 4 months is nothing short of a monumental task, and at the scale you've done it is beyond impressive. And I thank you so much for the time, the guidance that you've all spent with me.
Everybody here has been incredible. Aaron, I'm going to drop off because people are sick of seeing my face, and we're going to let you take it away.
Thank you, Brandon. Hello, everybody. My name's Aaron DeFeria. I'm here. I work at the University of Waterloo, but today I'm going to share some of my own thoughts. These thoughts come by way of a career that has spanned consumer packaged goods, working at Procter & Gamble. I've worked in the media and advertising industry for various firms, and now I work in higher education. One theme has stayed consistent and steady for me throughout my career, and that's working with a relatively young audience. And now that I work in higher education, I've been seeing the emergence of AI. It's given me a lot of time to think and reflect on what's happening. At the university, I work in our cooperative and experiential education department, so I work very much with younger talent, but I also work alongside folks in our experiential education and executive education arms. So in the executive education arm, we're seeing a lot of exciting trends today. And I was tuning into Sanjay Sharma's speech earlier, and I think that he's touched on a lot of really important and relevant themes. And I hope that we can dive a little deeper into some of those themes today here. But we're going to go on a little journey first. We're going to start with innovation itself and talk about the nature of innovation before we even start the AI conversation, because I think that it's important to understand innovation before we even approach AI. So first, when we think about what innovation is, it's important to understand that it simply is a new idea or method, the use of new ideas and methods. So this could be a tool, or it could be a process, it could be an approach. It's not necessarily something large, but it could be. Generally, we try to innovate for the purpose of improving ourselves, improving our existence. So when we think about innovation, that's where I want to start. Let's talk, though, about innovation through the ages. And I'm curious, before we dive in here, for you to think to yourself, how has the pace of innovation changed through human history? Interestingly enough, innovation is a more recent part of our history. When we go back 3 million years ago, 2 million years ago, a million years ago, major innovations really hadn't taken flight. But as we start to get to about 1,000 years ago, we see the rate of innovation really pick up. Now, part of this is an idea of more, right? As we innovate, we have more tools to improve on, more tools to draw from. Think about the concept of a simple machine, for example. The simple machines tend to make up all machines. And so those core innovations have powered countless innovations to follow. So when we think about the role of innovation and the concept of more, it doesn't just stop with the tools and technologies. We think about population growth. That's more human capital, more brain power that can be expended on innovative concepts, innovative thought. The other thing to think about is more access to innovation. The concept of more is really critical when we think about how the pace of innovation is steadily increasing and not slowing down. So, as we kind of wrap up this history journey, it's important to take into account the fact that the pace of innovation is increasing. And it is a more recent part of our history, of our existence as humans. So when we think about innovation, when we talk about it, even though for our lifetimes it might feel like it's always been a norm, it's actually important to realize that it's not necessarily. And so when we think about working alongside innovations and managing them, integrating them into our lives, this is something that we actually could do a little bit more of an intentional job educating ourselves on and building into our existence. So, what's the big deal? Why do we care about innovation anyways? What does it do for us? Well, I would argue that it's driven progress globally. So let's dive into this concept. Let's ask ourselves, how has innovation affected our progress and productivity? Building off of what we're just talking about, the concept of innovation, why we innovate, what we do with innovation itself, let's consider a human being and a human being applying themselves to work. This human takes a set of skills, they take some knowledge, they might apply some talent, and they use those to generate an output of some sort, our work. Those skills have ceilings. Now, we can extend our ceilings over time. We can acquire knowledge, maybe improve our output here. We can acquire a new skill and enhance our output there. But generally speaking, on a day-to-day basis, we don't see our output improve in a dramatic fashion. And that's where innovation comes in. It's a catalyst of sorts. So we take an innovation, apply it to our work, and then what we see is a significant improvement in our output, in our productivity. Innovation allows us to take ourselves beyond what our skills would traditionally allow. And this is seen globally. When we look at GDP per capita, we see that innovation has powered productivity around the globe. This is a real look at GDP from the World Bank data set. So I'd encourage you to take a look afterwards if you like, but we see GDP per capita constantly increasing. Innovation is a key driver of that, linking productivity, incomes, working hours, all of those components together. More than that, innovation has changed how we work. The percentage of jobs that are service related has increased from 35% to over 50% over the span of 30 years. That's incredibly fast. And when we consider what the role of innovation has had on human existence, it's really taken us out of the fields, out of the nature of having to hunt and scrounge for food every day, into the office, into areas where we can explore creative freedoms, where we can actually apply ourselves in ways beyond focusing on food, shelter, and nourishment exclusively. So when we think about the role of innovation and how it's transformed our work, it's really incredible how it's shifted how we approach our lives, how we approach our existence. Innovation also does have a real impact on work, and that impact extends beyond simply creating jobs, creating productivity. Because innovation enhances productivity, it can change and have an effect on how we see work happening. And so, from the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report from 2023, what we found is that we're going to see some jobs eliminated over the next 5 years. However, those jobs are going to transition into new jobs. There is going to be job displacement that happens, but there is also going to be, and we are going to see, a surgence of new jobs. Generally, when we hear about innovation, and right now, AI is all the buzz. When we talk about AI, A common piece that we hear is there's going to be significant job loss. We're all going to lose our jobs tomorrow. Well, early projections are saying no, not quite. There is a net 2% decrease that's projected between 2023 and 2027. But overall, we're not seeing a dramatic shift that one might expect. When we think about where some of these displacements are coming from and what's driving them, generative AI is definitely going to be still a constant theme moving forward. So when we think about this job displacement problem or the nature of job displacement, it's important to understand and identify what roles are going to be at risk. So when we think about this, what we actually see are a lot of clerk-related jobs that you'll find in the report were highlighted. Basically jobs with highly repetitive or very easy to automate functions. Those are really going to be at risk here. We're going to dive into a little bit more about why later on. But basically, what I want to leave you with here is that generally, innovation positively impacts productivity. And it's increasingly changing the nature of our work. I think I left something out here as well, though. It's also changing the nature of our lives. And that's an important thing to consider and keep in mind as we talk about innovation and consider how it's impacting us. It impacts us well beyond the benefits of just what we see at work, but it is part of our daily lives. And it's really important to understand that and embrace that every time we use tools and we are actually making sure that we're able to enjoy certain lifestyles. A lot of that is due to innovation and due to the people, the innovators of yesterday. This section is going to be a little brief. What's important to talk about here is what role does innovation play in a world of uncertainty? We live in a world filled with uncertainty right now. I know that it was touched on in Dr. Donnelly's opening address here, and I thought he hit on some key points and elements, and I was really liked the dialogue that was shared with us. But when we think about fighting off uncertainty, it's important to understand that we're facing increasing uncertainty. In the world of academia, there's a term that's gone around VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous world. And we are seeing that escalate. So in terms of that uncertainty, innovation is a key way for ourselves as humans, but also organizations to actually combat that, to make sure that we build lives and adapt beyond that uncertainty and guard ourselves against that uncertainty. The nature of innovation is that it is adaptive and that it seeks to improve on a situation, generally speaking. And so when we think about the uncertain times ahead, it's important that we're going to be additionally a little bit more cognizant of our innovative thoughts. So I'm just going to leave us with a key insight here. There is rising economic uncertainty. There are some great pieces from the Harvard Business Review that cover off the rising economic uncertainty that actually measure how it's happened over time. But organizations, in the face of this rising economic uncertainty, need to force themselves to innovate in order to survive. It's really critical. It's even more critical because of generative AI. We'll get there shortly. But what role do humans play in all this? We've talked about how innovations make our work easier, how they might make our lives better. But as new innovations emerge and as we consider that problem of job displacement, how does human and where does human talent fit? So I want to take us back to our timeline, remembering that innovation is generally a more recent trend in human history and a more recent concept. I want to take us to the year 1642. Now, the calculator, when first invented, was not a digital calculator. It did not look like this. But that was the point at which the calculator was invented. And what was great about the invention of the calculator is you were able to take complex formula that you would have otherwise had to toil over and wrestle over on pen and paper. And you were able to plug those formulae in and those variables in to a device and receive an output that was the correct answer that you were looking for, provided you knew the what and why of what you had to input. That's a really critical component. As we talk about innovation, I really want to just pause here and have an appreciation for the fact that calculators didn't erase the accounting profession. It didn't erase the need for mathematicians. Rather, we needed them more than ever. Calculators actually allowed us, I would argue, to go beyond our human limitations and start to actually question and explore more complex, more detailed calculations and problems in human existence. It allowed us to reach beyond what we previously could. And so, as we think about the calculator, such a simple device, think about the profound impact a device like this has had over our existence. The next stop I'd like to take us to is 1974. I'm actually going to cheat a little bit, though, because I want to give you a different example slightly. I want to take you to the year 1990. So while the personal computer was invented in 1974, I want to talk about the year 1990. In 1990, an application called Adobe Photoshop was released. Now, you might be wondering, you just mentioned a calculator, now you're talking about Adobe Photoshop. Why? Adobe Photoshop is a calculator in itself, in a sense. What it does is it takes a coordinate on a grid system over here that represents a color, and it maps that coordinate to a location on a canvas or another coordinate on a grid over here. All it simply is another type of calculator. That being said, let's be honest, using Adobe Photoshop takes a little bit of skill. We might not all have it. It might even require a bit of talent that we might not quite possess. And so when we think about an application like Adobe Photoshop, while there might be inputs and outputs, there's a reliance on a human component, a human input of skill and talent that's required to run the actual application and run it effectively to produce that beautiful digital art. Where am I going with this? Well, in the year 2022, ChatGPT 3.5 released, and all the world went gangbusters. Overnight, it seemed that AI was coming for all of our jobs. But what was really interesting about ChatGPT and more broadly generative AI, as I sat back and observed the phenomenon, is I realized it's just another calculator. It's just another Photoshop. You're taking a set of inputs, albeit you're putting them in a different way than we've ever really had to before by way of prompts. Prompting is a bit more of a unique way of inputting what we're after, although you could say it's very similar to that idea of a calculator. It's constrained. You're putting in variables, you're setting parameters, and you're producing an output. Now, going back to the calculator, or even thinking about Adobe Photoshop and the personal computer. Adobe Photoshop is powerful in the hands of a digital artist, somebody who's trained, who has skill and talent. A calculator is a really effective tool in the hands of an expert accountant or mathematician. When we talk about ChatGPT, it's going to be the same thing. Let's say it's being used by a lawyer to prepare a closing argument or to analyze a set of a set of previous legal cases to build their own case, right? That lawyer still has to understand how to prompt correctly, right? It doesn't absolve them of the foundational knowledge that's required to use the application, to use the algorithms. So I want you to really, really take that in. Foundational knowledge is sustainable knowledge. So consider at an organization level what this means for your talent. I would argue it means two critical things. The top talent that you will need in your organization will have to have strong fundamentals. If you're focused on a certain area, that talent should know what the fundamental aspects are to be successful in that area. So if you are hiring accountants, you want them to be well versed in the field of accounting. You want them to have a strong grasp of tax legislation and tax code. If you are conversely hiring a medical professional, you want them to know and understand the diagnoses, the diseases, understand the anatomy, and understand how everything works together in the human body. When you're hiring an artist, you want them to have strong understanding of their color fundamentals, of their overall artistic vision. You want them to understand how different things work together from a design principle standpoint. All of these fundamental skills are not going away overnight just because AI is here. These fundamental skills, in fact, will dictate how we prompt, how we interact with artificial intelligence, and will be critical and sustainable moving forward. The other thing that's really critical to keep in mind is for organizations to be agile, and going back to that theme that we were talking about earlier, it's going to be critical to emphasize entrepreneurial minds within an organization. Now, an entrepreneurial mind, I'm not saying you're focused only on one person specifically. These minds are just going to be critical for organizations in order to actually adapt, to actually innovate and bring those innovations in. It doesn't mean this is the only type of mindset that you need in your organization. You definitely need to have neurodiversity present in order to have a strong organizational strategy and to be able to execute on it, quite frankly. Let's stop for a moment and talk about the anatomy of entrepreneurial talent. This comes from the World Economic Forum's Global Skills Taxonomy. And basically, they identify three key branches in their skill taxonomy: their cognitive branch, social branch, and interpersonal branch, as having some fundamental skills that make up a great entrepreneur. So when you're out looking for talent, you want to look for somebody with problem-solving skills, with strong communication skills. Also, think about what might be pretty important for great prompting. Communication might just be one of those skills. Adaptability, a growth mindset, and initiative. Somebody who's willing to take on that work, who's willing to grow, adapt, who has a sense of urgency. These are going to be critical factors moving forward. And again, going back to that idea of a volatile world, you get around and you can adapt to a volatile world if you're constantly looking for those solutions, constantly working through them. And you see a lot of that covered in these entrepreneurial skills. The other thing that I want to rest on here is that when we talked about earlier job displacement, and when we think about our fear of AI coming to steal our jobs and everything like that, what I want to emphasize is that human talent and human capital is one of the most important things that we offer to ourselves and to our communities. And organizations simply need to put an increased emphasis on people and performance. So coming from McKinsey's Global Institute here, they studied people-focused companies and performance-driven companies. And the people-focused companies, unsurprisingly, scored high in areas like their attrition rate, upward mobility, and interestingly, they scored high in their peak pandemic revenue growth. Performance-driven companies did very well on their core KPIs, return on invested capital, economic profit. They also, interestingly, underperformed during the pandemic. They had a peak pandemic revenue growth that was second to last of the 4 groups that McKinsey studies in this research. Now, I kind of have a theory around why that is. I think that generally speaking, when we look at the pandemic and we look at how things happened, on one hand, when some organizations would be cutting their staff in order to save their bottom line, perhaps the performance-driven companies, the people-driven companies and people-focused companies were rewarded by their staff having a sense of loyalty to the organization. This is purely hypothetical. I'm just throwing that out there as an idea. But the one thing that is true is that people and performance-driven companies are winners, not winniers, winners in every sense of the word. These organizations consistently score highly in all these key areas. And so when we think about where we need to shift as an organizational community, we need to make sure that we shift into that people and performance winning category, that people and performance focus. That is going to make our organization stronger and more resilient going forward. So we've talked about the pace of innovation, talked about the nature of work changing and how it's impacted our lives. We've talked about economic uncertainty. What's important to take away here is that the true potential of innovation and the key to its adoption hinges on human talent. So here we are at a roadmap to innovation adoption. And I know we're kind of running short on time, so I'll try to take us through this pretty quickly. But in my view, there are 3 key talent groups here. There's excited emerging talent, there's experienced established talent, and there's expert elder talent. When we think about excited emerging talent and the role they play, think of this talent group as Gen AI, because frankly speaking, many of this talent group is going to grow up with generative AI at the forefront of their work and what they do. They're less than 34 years of age, generally speaking. Really what it's about is less than 10 years in industry, so to speak, and they're typically taking up entry-level and managerial type work. They're going to be unfamiliar with organizational culture overall because they're just entering the workforce for the most part, or just getting comfortable, let's say, within it. So when we think about our excited emerging talent, they're here, they're ready to work, they're willing to work, and they have these innovative, exciting ideas that they're bringing to the workplace because they're coming from a multidisciplinary education in many respects. They're coming from a mindset that is more boundless at the time. Then they're entering a workforce that's going to focus them. And so the benefit of this talent group is you're actually intaking a ton of ideas that exist outside your organization's realm, and you're bringing them into your organization. That's a really big benefit because when the world is changing, when we face uncertain times, a lot of the ideas of how to navigate those changes are going to exist within this group, but they need some help. That's where our experienced, established talent comes in. This is the PC generation, I'm calling them. I'm calling them the PC generation because primarily they would have grown up with a personal computer here. They're between the ages of 35 and 54 and have 10 to 30 years of industry experience. What's key with that is they're still relatively young. They still are maybe mid-career, but they're familiar now with organizational culture and politics. They have a medium-level view of organizational priorities. So when we think about that excited emerging talent, when we think about that experienced established talent, what's really cool about pairing them up here, and with respect to applying this to innovation adoption, is that experienced established talent is going to be a guide, a shepherd for how the excited emerging talent can actually bring their ideas into the organization, get them implemented, and get them adopted. But we have to get past our expert elder talent first. The expert elder talent here is the calculator. They're going to be 55 years plus typically, but generally it's that they're assuming a senior position in a company. They're setting and establishing the organizational culture and political norms. When we think about expert elder talent, one phenomenon that might help illustrate this for you really well is following the pandemic, you had a lot of staff in the prior to talent groupings that we talked about not actually wanting or not seeing as large a benefit to returning to the office, whereas a lot of expert elder talent, assuming those senior positions, those C-suite positions, were actually wanting talent to come back and pushing for it, and in some cases mandating it. And you were seeing, in some cases, a generational clash. So what's really important here with our expert elder talent is they have to know and assume the responsibility of establishing that organizational culture. That's critical. It starts with them when it comes to innovation adoption. They have to be championing the ideas of being agile, of bringing these ideas into an organization. So I really want to emphasize that it's not up to the other two talent groups to work alone. It's up to the expert elder talent as well to get involved, even if they don't necessarily understand the technology or if they don't feel comfortable with it. It's going to be a critical component in order for the talent to feel successful. And so it might be unsurprising to you all to see that point one in establishing a culture of innovation starts with leadership. The leadership themselves must make themselves aware of the innovations, must listen to their emerging talent, and they must make sure that they are understanding and taking time to understand the impacts of adopting these innovations to their organizational culture and to their organization as a whole. The second point is they need to emphasize, and the organization needs to have emphasis around recruiting early stage entrepreneurial minded staff. This excited emerging talent is going to enrich your organization. And so you have to put an emphasis on networking with students, young professionals, whoever it may be. Get involved in your communities, get involved with your local colleges, universities, whatever it may be. Get involved in industry associations, but make yourself a partner and make yourself visible to this talent so that they can bring in their ideas and can enrich your organization. And then the third point is engage your existing organizational talent, so that established talent, to guide new staff with a roadmap for successful implementation. Think about the risks for a moment of leaving any of these groups behind. If we leave behind our excited emerging talent, if we don't engage them, if we leave out point two, we're not bringing in as many new ideas. It makes us harder to compete against organizations that do bring in new ideas and are adapting more quickly to a volatile landscape. Now, let's say we don't bring in our experienced established talent, or if we de-emphasize their role in this. Their role is so critical. They act as a connective conduit between the two talent groups. They're a bridge, so to speak. If you, and I've seen this happen in my career, if you get somebody who is that excited and emerging talent in a room with that expert elder talent, they're sometimes not speaking the same language quite. You may have witnessed this on your own career journey at some point. And you'll see very quickly some of the responses from the expert elder talent are just that this does not seem like the right fit for us. And oftentimes it's not that the idea isn't the right fit. It's that the way it's being communicated doesn't fit the organizational culture and style. And so they can't understand it. They can't wrap their heads around it. Remember, these folks have been in industry working for 30 plus years. They've learned a language, they've learned a way of speaking, a way of working that younger talent group has not quite learned in the same way yet. So it's very important for us to have that bridge through our established talent. And lastly, with the expert elder talent, if we try to go gangbusters and get our ideas to market without engaging the expert elder talent, well, guess what? They tend to hold some of the decision-making power in an organization. And so you might find your idea gets a little harder to gain momentum and to take off. Before we hop from here, I do want to take one moment to also delve into and acknowledge there's a role for education to play throughout this. And I think that organizations and educational institutions moving forward need to actually come together instead of finding themselves wandering apart. I think that it's really important that we emphasize an idea and a culture of lifelong learning. As we see here, we have 3 talent groups. Each talent group has different educational needs. When we think about our excited emerging talent, they need foundational learning. They need to understand, they need to get a grasp on what it is that they need to bring to the table for these organizations. They need to understand the core components of their roles and the organizations that they're a part of. For the established talent, they're a tricky group. Many of them, because of their life bracket, are at a time in life where they might not have too much freedom and flexibility in order to actually pause their lives and go get a master's degree, or pause their lives and go take a couple of months even learning a few courses. They need knowledge. They need new knowledge. The good thing is that they're close in proximity enough to have graduated that they'll still have ties to their foundational learning. So we can build on that. And that's really something that organizations and institutions need to look to do, with micro learning where possible, in my opinion. The third group, the expert elder talent, they need to understand the impacts of these innovations. They need to understand what they're going to offer their organizations and why they need to adopt them. So we now know that with the nature of innovation and with humanity, different types of organizations and organizational talent play different roles in the holistic adoption of those innovations. It's very important. We're finally here, the AI opportunity. AI is a different type of innovation. We'll start with that. AI, unlike other innovations, has a unique ability to create. Not saying that some innovations in their own haven't been able to create in some capacity, but AI can create on its own. It takes a prompt, it takes inputs when we talk about generative AI, and it uses a different style of learning. And it uses a way of learning, a way of studying and understanding what exists in its data set in order to actually create something. So a prompt that worked one day in a certain way, once the algorithm and model ingests even more data in that same subject, it may, for the same prompt, return a different response afterwards. So you're creating net new here, which is really exciting. Let's go back to our innovation and work diagram here. Again, we remember that innovations allow us to enhance and improve our productivity and work beyond our standard human specific skill sets and human specific constraints. Well, AI does something really interesting. Generative AI gives us an interesting opportunity. Generative AI does allow us to increase our output, right? Especially if you're in a career that, let's say, had something to do with writing some marketing material. It's going to be very easy to input a prompt, and you're able to create outputs of different content very quickly, very easily, very effectively. The quality of which you might have to work on, you might have to train the model a bit. That's where this comes in. You'll notice these blue circles to the right here. The generative AI opportunity is an opportunity for humans, for organizations to take advantage of. Instead of just improving outputs, generative AI produces a new kind of output, which is the ability to learn and to produce ongoing learning from the AI outputs themselves. And then for the human to take those learnings and to ingest them back into the algorithm, back into the model, to further enhance the outputs that they produce. You're creating this cycle of learning through generative AI that not only allows organizations to improve their outputs as a whole, but it actually allows them to level up their human talent at a faster rate than ever before. That brings us to the two sigma problem presented by Bloom. Basically, what was argued was that you have your conventional learners who go through the schooling system, as Bloom studied and remarked, and their outputs and their test scores or summative achievement scores followed a bell curve, which we all tend to know. Then he studied a group that engaged in one-on-one tutoring. What he found was that they performed 2 standard deviations better than the conventional learners. And so what's really interesting about that is when we think about generative AI from an organizational perspective, if we're matching generative AI with our employees, we're actually, in a sense, giving them that tutorial learner, especially as that generative AI algorithm develops and learns on its own. We may be solving Bloom's age-old 2 sigma problem. And it's very exciting because this presents a whole set of applications, not just to the organizations and to the workforce, but to academia and beyond. It's going to have us rethink everything. We've got a lot of work cut out ahead of us, but it's a very exciting time. So when we think about how that works and how that lives, from an organizational standpoint, I would hesitate making generative AI simply a co-pilot, but instead creating a model where you have a direct report and their manager who still engage each other, but they also each interact with an AI model that sits between them, an AI algorithm that sits between them. The idea of this is that you have the manager understanding how the direct report is analyzing and understanding the AI outputs and providing their guidance on anything fed back into the data and into the algorithm as well. At the same time, though, you're challenging that direct report to analyze those outputs, those algorithms on their own, to learn, develop, to grow. And what's really powerful about this is you're creating and developing that one-to-one tutorial experience by using the AI. And they actually are able to give that direct report even more time, mentorship, and coaching by bringing AI into an organization in this manner. It's extremely exciting. When we think about the 3EXE model that we talked about earlier, when it comes to adoption and AI support models, I do want to leave you with a bit of guidance on how these 3 groups would interact with AI. When we think about our excited emerging talent, you really want them to have them highly engaged with the AI algorithms and models. You want them also following potentially, as the algorithms get a little more sophisticated, the outputs more closely. Think of it as just training wheels and organizational insurance. It gives you the benefit of not putting complete decision-making authority in this young group at this point in time, but allows them the ability to learn and understand decision-making frameworks and processes at your organization. With the experienced established talent, they might see an AI support level that actually sits in the mid-range. What's really important about them having mid-range support is you want to start them getting confident and getting used to making more of their own decisions and using their human ingenuity on top of the AI model. What's also really important is between the experienced established talent and the expert elder talent is making sure that there's a good, healthy cultural understanding and nuance layered over top of AI outputs. And you want to also make sure that the AI outputs understand situational or taught to understand situational and other more human situations and observations that may have to be built into whatever its outputs are. For the expert elder talent, again, it's your C-suite. Think of it as kind of like a co-pilot that sits up at their level. It gives them a sounding board. The CEO position, as an example, is an extremely lonely position, so to speak. There's only one at many organizations. I know that there are some co-CEOs, but generally speaking, it's often a very lonely position. And so having an AI system sitting next to them where they can actually assess and bounce off ideas, go through a different thought process, and also generate some feedback to their thoughts on the fly is really exciting. It gives them new possibilities to explore. Ultimately, though, as the CEO, they would have a lower degree of support and dependency on the algorithm. And so they would be trusted to still steer the ship, so to speak. This leaves us with our last insight. AI is a unique innovation. So think of it more as a member on your team. It's offering output and production benefits, but we need to teach it. And so it's important to consider that. Consider it alongside your current staff. Consider it alongside and consider how it can help benefit your staff in other ways. I know that Dr. Donnelly already discussed this, but I want to leave you with the adage that garbage in, garbage out. It pertains with all data, and artificial intelligence is built on top of that data. Data as a director, I believe, was mentioned. And so it's important to know how to effectively, responsibly, and ethically use AI. It's going to set sustainable, top-performing companies apart in the coming years. My contact information is below. I'd like to thank you for your time today. Oh, before I go, sorry, one parting thought that was really important to mention. I forgot to mention this. I saw a recent study, and this is why the 3 talent groups are so important. Over 50% of C-suite executives were actually discouraging the use of generative AI in their organizations. I understand that there are cybersecurity concerns. Perhaps there are concerns and uncertainty with the technology in itself. But that is the wrong approach. And I'll tell you why, quite simply. It would be like telling your staff when Google became a thing not to use Google and instead to go to the local library. The decrease to productivity is going to be monumental. And as your competitors are scaling up, learning how to use generative AI, you will very quickly fall behind. I know it's a new technology. I know there are some scary things about it. But let's roll up our sleeves. Let's dig in because it's here and it's here to stay. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Aaron, see, we had you come in It almost seemed premeditated and planned, and you finished right on the dot. It's the Waterloo way. I'd like to thank you for hustling and for being part of the inception team that created what we have here today. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but some of the ones that I've been coming through. So everybody here should be proud. We actually we'll take a 10-minute break, start at 1:10 KL time, because we broke the LinkedIn stream based off of activity, and we're still carrying strong. But one of the comments that somebody said as you were going through your journey was, Aaron, I've always been told to stick to what I know. Why should I care about any of this if it's just going to fire me in the end? I think they meant the AI would replace their job. And then about 15 minutes later, they said, I got it now. So you have given somebody an aha moment. Thank you again for joining, for jumping in. Next up is going to be Rohit Rai with Dragon Scale, and we're going to do that in 8 minutes on maybe apropos, only AI can save us now. Thank you, everybody, and we'll catch you in 8 minutes.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines brightly. Welcome to the University of Waterloo, where the future of education is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a university. It's a crucible of innovation, a forge of knowledge, a hub that empowers the now generation with the skills and abilities needed to push the boundaries of knowledge. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where curiosity is the compass that guides us. Imagine a world where learning is not confined to the four walls of a classroom, but extends to world-class facilities, cutting-edge technologies, and a global community of learners. A world where education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about creating a brighter tomorrow. This is the world that the University of Waterloo is creating. We are the vanguard, the pioneers of this educational renaissance. We are the innovators who dare to envision a world where anyone and everyone who wants to learn can do so, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. University of Waterloo, where the future of education isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future. Discover the University of Waterloo today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragon Scale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragon Scale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragon Scale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragonscale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the boundless canvas of the
All right, everybody. I am very excited to say that we have received so much traffic and there's so many people at Cyberclash that we've actually somehow managed to crash the LinkedIn stream. And not only that, the internet speed here at ASP is even being challenged right now because of the enthusiasm and excitement that everybody has here. And so when we talk about people that have helped the inception, I don't know if I should thank or curse some of them. Aaron was one, but the original man that came up with the bad idea that has at current over 1,300 of you here, thousands of people that have tuned in, tens of thousands in total, and more, so much more to go. It is the CEO of Dragon Scale AI.
You can't blame me.
I already,
You can't blame me
I
for
already
this.
used for Aaron, I already used the man, the myth, the legend. So instead, we'll say it is the scholar and gentleman, CEO of Dragon Scale, Mr. Rohit Rai. Rohit, can you first start off by telling us what you're going to talk about? And then can I jump off stage because you'll get fewer people tuning in if they have to hear me or see me.
Sure. So I am doing a StreamYard presentation for the first time, so please bear with me. I am going to talk about AI because that's what we do. My original talk was supposed to be about how we use AI for protecting Web3. But in the last 2 months, things have changed. We have some enlightenment. We have built some things that made us realize how only AI can save us now. So
I'm going to cut you off there and I'm going to say, take it away. And I will relocate on the other stage when I come back.
thank you, Brandon. I have to, before I begin talking about everything else, I have to thank Brandon and his team for coming up with this, making this possible. I am Rohit. I'm the CEO of Dragon Scale Industries. We are building AI systems, autonomous AI systems that are designed to save the world. If we look back at history, and with the recent film, a lot of people have been talking about it. You look at Oppenheimer's regret about the atom bomb. But if Oppenheimer was alive today, if he looked back at how things have played out since then, what do you think? Would he still be upset? Would he still be sad about what hand he played in making this happen? I think not. We don't want to live in a world where, has anyone seen The Man in the High Castle? We don't want to live in that world. We don't want to. US having the atom bomb before anyone else ended up in a much more peaceful world. So as I said, please bear with me. Yeah. So where we stand today, there are a lot of things happening today. Forget AI, just without AI, there are a lot of things happening today that we don't want to talk about, that we ignore because it hasn't happened to us personally yet, right? Phishing, the amount of phishing has increased 100x in the last few years. Ransomware is everywhere. Like your healthcare data was held hostage at almost all the major hospitals in the last month. Markets are being manipulated by using social media. You have bots running high frequency trading and manipulating the stock market. Economics espionage is on full stream. So overall, without AI, without any advanced technology in place, we are dealing with a lot of enemies, a lot of people who want to disrupt the peaceful way of life. So what happens with AI? And I'm not talking about sci-fi. I'm not talking about what happens 10 years from now, 5 years from now, or even next year. I'm talking about what is happening today, what has been happening for the last 5 years. Disinformation. We all saw it during US elections. You would have all seen it during local elections in your countries, your cities, where disinformation is being spread, and it spreads very virally. AI with deep fakes allows promote spreading this disinformation in ways that you can't believe your eyes anymore. And what do you believe when you can't believe what you see? One of the fields that we have been working on for last 2 years at Dragonscale is cyber intrusions. And the way with generative AI, self-modifying malwares are being built, that they cannot be detected by our existing malwares, anti-malware softwares or antiviruses. There are systems, I won't name them here, but with the easy search, you will be able to find it. There are systems that can generate cyber intrusions for you, can generate cyber attacks for you. Surveillance state, I think this is the one that we see in most of the movies and Eagle Eye and everything else, and we get scared about it. We like to say that it might happen, but it's not happening today to us, so we are fine. But the reality is, for many countries, it is happening today. In many places, it is happening today. And the worst of all is where AI is being deployed to actually kill people. The bots, the automated systems, the automated drones, automated weaponry in wars on field, right? And with all this, our current way of protecting ourselves is not working. It cannot scale. We are beyond the point where we can protect ourselves with our traditional software and humans working as the wall against all this. The biggest challenge is scalability. The amount of attacks have increased so much that a slight slip of attention can cause havoc. Then the speed at which the attacks are developing, the speed at which new ways of attacking are evolving, the speed at which software is modifying itself. We cannot have a process where we identify it and wait for someone to validate it and deploy it, right? And all this is making systems much more complex. Sorry about that. All this is making systems much more complex. Its protection has become so costly that in many cases, people are okay just paying the ransoms because the cost of protecting might go over the ransom cost. And then finally, this year has been the year where most CISOs retired because they got tired. They gave up. They were like, we are done with this shit. We're going home. And we are facing extreme skill shortage in the industry. Even if we start training people now, it will take years and years of experience for them to become capable of dealing with this. So what do we do? My belief, I'm one of the technology optimists, as we are being called. Technology progress is going to happen. It's not going to stop. Now, it's up to us whether we use this technology, we use this progress for our benefit, or whether we just let the bad actors use it for their benefit. I believe we should. I believe we should not hold back in any way to fight against this onslaught of attacks and threats that we are facing. And I believe the only way to protect ourselves against this is an autonomous shield. A shield driven by AI, informed by humans, designed by humans, but still autonomous enough to make the decisions on the fly as needed. What are the features that this shield would have? First and foremost thing, it needs to be real time. It needs to understand a new threat that has come up and should be able to respond to it without having a delay in the process. Second, it needs to be able to predict new attacks that might happen and be prepared for them to happen when they happen, rather than just being reactive. It has to be a proactive shield. It has to be scalable. That is, as the number of attacks grow, it has to grow. It should be cost efficient. And given today's technology, this is the most difficult part of it. Being scalable at the same time cost efficient with AI systems today is not the most feasible route, but I'm sure over the next few years we will identify much better ways of doing AI than running farms and farms of GPUs. It needs to be adaptive, right? It needs to understand its environment is continuously changing and adapt to that environment. It needs, the most important thing is it needs to be human informed. In some ways, the AI that runs the shield will have human qualities, not intent, but human qualities of empathy, human quality of understanding how its decisions affects humans and making the best decision for it. So how do we go about crafting the shield? I am an engineer. This is my favorite slide in this whole deck. I love designing complex systems. As we were working through this, building the framework for this, I realized my final year thesis was on building autonomous systems. And it's very interesting that in the last 20 years, the fundamentals of building an autonomous agent, building an autonomous system have not changed. The way we have scaled up AI today is we have thrown a lot more powerful hardware at it, while still using technology and software architecture that we have been using for ever. So for anyone who has been in this industry long enough, they'll look at these words and say, yeah, that is the natural thing to do. But let's take a moment to understand what these words mean in context of the shield we have to build. The first thing is modular. For any system to be able to evolve, it needs to be extensible, right? Evolution is extending a system in terms of software. And for that purpose, we need a system that is modular rather than monolithic. If you look at most of the agents that are coming up today with LLMs that are called autonomous agents, they are very monolithic systems. They have an LLM. The LLM gets certain tools and acts as an external loop. But that approach is very limiting in terms of how much the system can extend. Is LLM the best technology available to us? Yes, today. But tomorrow, I don't think so. We will have much more advanced AI systems before the end of next year. And at that point, we will need to place LLMs together with those systems with things like traditional ML, basic ML things like anomaly detection or classification, right? At the same time, you will need it to have access to tools for scanning your network, for looking at your code base and doing a static analysis of your code base and so on, right? And in those cases, the tools cannot be lesser in any way than the LLM is. All of them are tools, right? So all of them become actors of their own. And they can communicate as equals. Then it becomes a system that can evolve as an ensemble. It has to be a system that is self-organizing. again, we looked at in the previous slide, it has to be a system that responds in real time. It cannot wait for a human to come in and tune it or change it to respond to a particular threat. So it has to be a system that is self-organizing. It should be able to decide what functionality it needs to address the threat it is seeing, or when it evolves enough, what functionality it needs to address the threat that it will see in future. It needs to be able to decide that, bring in the tools, and be ready for fighting against the attack. Self-organizing, self-evolving, and of course, once we have this system, it will be attacked, right? That's what will happen. This is also a software system. It needs to be attacked because that's what bad actors like doing. It needs to be a system that will heal itself. It needs to be a system that can understand that it is being attacked and reform itself to recover from that attack. For all this to happen, it needs to be a decentralized system. It cannot be running on one server farm. It needs to be a globally decentralized system that will run everywhere and still run as a hive mind, communicating with all this, communicating with each other and coordinating with each other, running globally. Just like this conference. It needs to be a multimodal system. Multimodal not as in multimodal LLMs, but multimodal as in a system that can understand different modes of attack. The attacks can be cyber attacks. The attacks can be frauds. The attacks can be economic attacks. The attacks can be social engineering attacks. It needs to understand all these different types of attacks and be able to respond to them. Because most of the time they will be interlinked, right? We cannot say, oh, there's this system that responds to cyber attacks, while there's this system that responds to social engineering attacks. Because in many cases, these are interlinked. They happen together. You socially engineer to get into the network and do a cyber attack. It needs to have an online learning system, of course, for it to be self-evolving. It needs to be able to learn what's happening. It needs to keep itself aware of all the research that is happening in this space, all the new threat reports that are published, all the new code bases that come out. And finally, again, it needs to work with humans. So I'm contradicting myself here. I just said it cannot wait for humans to respond. But I'm saying it needs to work with humans. There's a difference between an AI being an AI lord versus an AI that is subservient to human needs, that works for humanity, right? This AI, though autonomous, needs to understand the humanities, needs to understand human needs, needs to understand what is essential for us and act on that. So, continuing the theme of human needs, this AI needs to be crafted by us, crafted for us, not in the sense of democracy for us, by us, but really coded in ways that make it impossible for the AI to do something that is not for us. There are a lot of challenges that people talk about when they talk about autonomous AI. One of the most common ones is misalignment, right? And it's fair. There are challenges, but it's also fair that we have solved much bigger challenges to reach where we are today. In the last 100 years, human population on this planet has grown 4 times, and we have still found a way to stay alive, to sustain. We are struggling with the changes that this has all brought to the society. And I believe that AI, the discussions around AI, should happen in the same context as the discussions around modern society today happen. We do talk about how to help the weaker sections of our society. This is just an extension of that conversation. We need to have open engagement. It cannot be that 5 of the most powerful tech companies control this AI. It cannot be that. It has to be open engagement. It has to be everyone involved. We will need to involve people from social sciences. We will need to involve people from policy backgrounds, and not in the way currently Washington works, but more in a way where these discussions are public. These discussions where the person from the social sciences background actually has a say on what happens in with the system. This system needs to be built on much stronger ethical foundations than we see in humans today. And I think that is one of the biggest challenges that will face us in the next couple of years. It needs a lot of thinking. We as individuals need to rethink our ethical foundations, where we stand as human beings, what we do as human beings. Then think about what our social circles do as human beings, what our cities do as human beings, countries do as human beings. Where are our ethical foundations? When we say AI will not have its own ethics. It's a machine, it's a program. We will need to build those ethics. We will need to build a system that is inclusive, that is human-centric. It is accessible. It makes sure that it protects the weakest in the society, right? And that's how we will get to AI that is good for humanity. And you realize I say AI and not AGI. I think the pursuit of AGI is a wrong pursuit. We are trying to just make a system that is as intelligent as us. We are very dumb people, dumb species. We don't need a system that is as dumb as us. Artificial intelligence should be smarter than us. Artificial intelligence should be better than us. It should be a system that goes beyond what humans can do and do more. And I want to take a minute to just talk about all the regulation discussions going around AI. I don't like taking names, but there are people going around saying AI has become so powerful that we need to shut down AI innovation, and we need to regulate what AI is built. We need to control what AI is built. I remember when I was doing my engineering, in my C programming class, we were taught about writing viruses just for educational purpose, resident memory programs. They have their benefits, resident memory programs, but they can also be used to write viruses. And I did write it for fun, didn't release it out. But that was not because there's a regulation on not releasing virus. I just believe that that would be the wrong thing to do. And all the laws of this world have not prevented bad actors from releasing viruses every single day. Think about it, reflect on it, and tell me, if there was not a law against writing virus, would you as an individual write and release a virus in this world? I won't, but I don't think law is what stops me from doing that. And enough of this doom and gloom. Let's talk about what can happen with a really intelligent system. Again, not the AGI, but intelligence beyond human intelligence. Think about it, what it can do. We are struggling with imminent climate collapse. I don't have kids, but I do have nephews, nieces, grandnephews and grandnieces. And I worry about their future. I worry what world we will leave them. At the pace at which we are consuming everything from this planet without thinking twice about the results of our action, what will we leave? And almost every climate scientist I have talked to says there's no going back from here based on our current knowledge and understanding. The only way for us to solve this is beyond our knowledge and understanding, and I think that's AI. AI can offer us a way to restore this climate, to build Earth, to fix Earth to be a more friendly ecosystem again. It can make sure that the poorest countries in the world have food and water sovereignty. I'm quoting a number. I don't know if it is absolute correct, but in my home country, India, 50% of the population goes to bed hungry. This is a country that dreams of being a world superpower. And the worst part of it was last 10 years living in US, I saw a lot of people going hungry to bed in US, the most advanced country in the world, right? So we need to fix these challenges, fix these societal challenges, healthcare, resources, education, and we are hitting the limits of what humanity can do to fix this. I think AI can fix this for us. It's been a pleasure and an honor to talk alongside people far more intelligent and far more educated than me. Again, I'm very thankful for the Intellect Horizon team, Brandon, Bianca, Ronnie, Jen, for putting in all the effort and making this impossible event possible. We are on a mission to build this AI. We are on a mission to build an autonomous AI. And if you are interested, please reach out to me on LinkedIn or Twitter or email, whatever you think is your favorite medium. Come join us. Help us build this future.
So, Rohit, this is where we would normally do Q&A, but I have to show what all of the hard work and passion by yourself and everybody included. So if the Wi-Fi cuts out, it was worth it. We're taking the stream computer, we're going high stakes here, right? I want to show the live main stage, what's going on. The people here are going to think I'm crazy.
Cyberclash.
This, guys, is Cyberclash. You have people all over.
Wow.
Building AI bots. Right now, guys, you have you're on the main stage of the conference. All of these folks, the incredible thing, they may not know how coding works, how AI works, but what we're about here is we're enabling their ability to jump in, to learn, and to take that first step. Understand that they can be better and bigger than the machines, and to think bigger and better for themselves.
And make better and bigger machines.
That's it. So the main stage has a competition, and everybody here from Kuala Lumpur, even Sanjay,
Hi, Sanjay.
is saying hi. It's madness here, all possible because of the work that yourself and everybody put in.
Brandon,
so we're going
all
to take
credit to you, man. All credit.
No, we're going.
This is a miracle. Like I told everyone, this was the impossible conference. This conference is an anomaly in the system. It should not have happened, and it's pure Brandon's ability to work 48 hours straight without any sleep and run on Monster Energy and adrenaline that makes it possible.
That's what the badge here is for, right? The monster. No, I'm joking. So for everybody that's watching, we're going to be back at 2:30 Kuala Lumpur time, where Hannah Jones, who's the CEO of the Earthshot Prize, is going to be saying something pretty cool, pretty amazing, and a first ever announcement right here on Intellect Horizon. Rohit, thank you.
Thank you,
To be
Brandon.
continued.
In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragonscale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In this thrilling workshop, we blur the lines between the digital and physical worlds. Attendees will form teams, each comprising both digital and in-person participants. The challenge? To build and control AI bots in a high-stakes race against time and each other. Digital participants will be the hack masters, using their skills to program, control, and optimize the AI bots. They'll also have the ability to deploy strategic hacks to slow down the opposing team's bot, adding a layer of intrigue and competition. Meanwhile, the in-person participants, the field commanders, will be responsible for the physical assembly of the bots, troubleshooting real-world obstacles, and countering the digital hacks from the opposing team. This exciting collaborative workshop will not only test your technical skills, but also your strategic thinking, teamwork, and adaptability. It's not just about who has the best coding skills or who can build the fastest bot. It's about communication, strategy, and synergy between the digital and physical realms. So, are you ready to join the ultimate AI showdown? Whether you're a hackmaster or a field commander, it's time to gear up for the digital physical hackathon at Intellect Horizon. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, We're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. Welcome to the world of Ice Cream Corporation. Have you ever taken a moment to remember the simple joys of life? The thrill of chasing an ice cream truck, the anticipation of that first bite, the pure delight of a flavor that takes you back to childhood memories. That's what we're about. We're here to bring that same magic, that same wonder into the realm of technology. Our mission is clear. We don't just follow the crowd. We dream bigger. We see a future that's not just about gadgets and codes, but about experiences that touch the soul. We're blending the beauty of art with the power of technology, crafting moments that resonate, moments that inspire. Imagine a world where technology doesn't just work, but feels alive, where it doesn't just serve, but inspires. That's our vision. A world where every interaction, every bite is filled with possibility and wonder. Our essence? It's captured in a few simple words. Innovation. We dare to dream. Passion. Every endeavor fueled by heart. Integrity. We stand true. Always. Excellence. Only the best will do. Empathy. Crafting with care for you. Legacy. Building today. Shaping tomorrow. So come along, dive into a world where the past meets the future, where every moment is crafted with care, where every experience is a journey back to the joys of childhood. Welcome to a world where you can always savor the unexpected. Welcome to Ice Cream Corporation. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a new harmony is being composed. Welcome to Pixel Chat, where the future of communication is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform. It's a symphony of voices, a chorus of ideas, a global conversation transcending the barriers of language. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where understanding becomes as effortless as breathing. Imagine a world where your words, like birds, fly freely across the skies of languages. A world where ideas are so seamlessly shared, they blur the line between minds, and yet you feel connected, united by the universal language of Pixel Chat. We are the vanguard, the linguists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Pixel Chat, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Discover Pixel Chat today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. Prepare for liftoff as Starship Seekers at Intellect Horizon invites you to embark on the most exhilarating journey of your career. In the vast expanse of the professional universe, stars are aligning and galaxies of opportunities are merging. Whether you're an astronaut of animation, a cosmonaut of coding, or a pioneer of pixel artistry, your next mission awaits. Feel the gravitational pull towards a constellation of recruiters, each shining brightly with roles that promise to rocket your aspirations to new galaxies. Don't just shoot for the stars, become one. Every interaction at Starship Seekers is a meteoric moment, a chance to collide with potential and create cosmic connections. But remember, in this celestial dance of destiny, it's not just about finding the right planet to land on. It's about discovering a universe where your skills, passion, and dreams orbit in perfect harmony. So suit up, future spacefarers. The horizon isn't just a boundary. It's a beacon, signaling the dawn of new beginnings. At Starship Seekers, we believe in the power of potential, in the magic of the Milky Way, and most importantly, in you. So come aboard. Let's traverse the astral avenues of ambition together. Because at Intellect Horizon, your next Big Bang moment is just a star's twinkle away. Starship Seekers, propel your career to galactic heights. Prepare for... In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines brightly. Welcome to the University of Waterloo, where the future of education is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a university. It's a crucible of innovation, a forge of knowledge, a hub that empowers the now generation with the skills and abilities needed to push the boundaries of knowledge. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where curiosity is the compass that guides us. Imagine a world where learning is not confined to the four walls of a classroom, but extends to world-class facilities, cutting-edge technologies, and a global community of learners. A world where education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about creating a brighter tomorrow. This is the world that the University of Waterloo is creating. We are the vanguard, the pioneers of this educational renaissance. We are the innovators who dare to envision a world where anyone and everyone who wants to learn can do so, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. University of Waterloo, where the future of education isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future. Discover the University of Waterloo today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the vast expanse of the... Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space-time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's front-runners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision. and the sky. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together.
Here's to the brave souls, the seekers of knowledge, to those who stand at the precipice of the unknown, ready to dive deep. With Decoded, they embark on a journey like no other. A journey powered by scientifically proven techniques, ensuring every step is grounded in evidence, every discovery rooted in fact. In this new age, they don't shy away from technology, they embrace it. With Decoded, the digital realm becomes a second home, making learning resonate with their heartbeat, echoing the rhythms of the no generation. Your journey is unique, and so is your AI companion. Customized, personalized, always ready to assist, to challenge, to inspire. With Decoded, you're never alone, making even the impossible seem possible. Step into a world where learning is social, dynamic, exhilarating. Collaborate, compete, rise to the top, all while mastering skills where collaboration is the key, where grades aren't just scores but badges of honor, testaments to dedication, to passion, to the relentless pursuit of excellence. With Decoded's unique adaptive learning system, the platform molds itself to you, ensuring that every lesson, every topic resonates, clicks, makes sense. Inclusivity is not just a word, it's a promise. A promise that no matter how they learn, Decoded is there, ready to adapt, to evolve, to ensure that every voice is heard, every perspective valued. And as you navigate this vast expanse of knowledge, our mindfulness coach is there, a guiding light, ensuring that you remain grounded, centered, at peace. Decoded is more than just...
Welcome to Cyber Clash. In a universe not bound by time or space, where ideas are the currency and innovation the compass, a challenge like no other awaits. Welcome to Cybernetica, the heart of the digital realm. A world where dreamers become warriors and warriors become legends. But all is not well in Cybernetica. The battle arena, once a symbol of unity and collaboration, now stands as a challenge. A test of skill, strategy, and spirit. The call has been sent out across the galaxies to the bravest, the brightest, the best, to come forth and prove their mettle, to navigate the treacherous terrains of the battle arena and claim the title of the ultimate hackmaster. From the farthest reaches of the cosmos, they have come. Teams bound by purpose, driven by passion, ready to face the unknown, to conquer the unconquerable. But this is not just a battle of bots. It's a symphony of minds, a dance of digits, a clash of codes. It's where hope meets challenge, where dreams take flight, and where legends are born. Welcome, warriors of the web, to the ultimate showdown. Welcome to Intellect Horizon's Cyber Clash. Let the games begin.
Welcome to Ice Cream Corporation. Do you recall the magic of discovery? The wide-eyed wonder of tasting a new ice cream flavor? The thrill of venturing into the unknown? That innate curiosity, that childlike awe is the essence of who we are. At Ice Cream Corporation, our technology is not just about innovation, it's about evocation. We craft experiences that ignite your sense of wonder, that stir the whimsy within, that awaken the curious child in you. Every pixel, every bite is designed with intention. To dazzle, to surprise, to inspire. We believe in the power of the present, in the magic that unfolds when technology meets imagination, when the digital realm becomes a playground of endless possibilities. For the adventurers, the daydreamers, for you who see beyond the mundane and yearn for the extraordinary, we offer a world of wonder. A world where technology doesn't just function, it enchants, it captivates, it evokes the pure joy of childlike discovery. We stand with you, the eternal explorer, the beacon of wonder. Together, let's embrace the magic. Let's dive into the world of whimsy. With every creation, we promise a journey filled with awe, delight, and endless discovery. Step into our world, where every click is a journey, every bite a new flavor, every moment an invitation to savor the unexpected. Welcome to Ice Cream Corporation, where your digital journey is our delightful creation.
In this thrilling workshop, we blur the lines between the digital and physical worlds. Attendees will form teams, each comprising both digital and in-person participants. The challenge? To build and control AI bots in a high-stakes race against time and each other. Digital participants will be the hack masters, using their skills to program, control, and optimize the AI bots. They'll also have the ability to deploy strategic hacks to slow down the opposing team's bot, adding a layer of intrigue and competition. Meanwhile, the in-person participants, the field commanders, will be responsible for the physical assembly of the bots, troubleshooting real-world obstacles, and countering the digital hacks from the opposing team. This exciting collaborative workshop will not only test your technical skills, but also your strategic thinking, teamwork, and adaptability. It's not just about who has the best coding skills or who can build the fastest bot. It's about communication, strategy, and synergy between the digital and physical realms. So, are you ready to join the ultimate AI showdown? Whether you're a hackmaster, or a field commander, it's time to gear up for the Digital Physical Hackathon at Intellect Horizon. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of prepare for liftoff as Starship Seekers at Intellect Horizon invites you to embark on the most exhilarating journey of your career. In the vast expanse of the professional universe, stars are aligning and galaxies of opportunities are merging. Whether you're an astronaut of animation, a cosmonaut of coding, or a pioneer of pixel artistry, your next mission awaits. Feel the gravitational pull towards a constellation of recruiters, each shining brightly with roles that promise to rocket your aspirations to new galaxies. Don't just shoot for the stars, become one. Every interaction at Starship Seekers is a meteoric moment, a chance to collide with potential and create cosmic connections. But remember, in this celestial dance of destiny, it's not just about finding the right planet to land on. It's about discovering a universe where your skills, passion, and dreams orbit in perfect harmony. So suit up, future spacefarers. The horizon isn't just a boundary, it's a beacon, signaling the dawn of new beginnings. At Starship Seekers, we believe in the power of potential, in the magic of the Milky Way, and most importantly, in you. So come aboard. Let's traverse the astral avenues of ambition together. Because at Intellect Horizon, your next Big Bang moment is just a star's twinkle away. Starship Seekers, propel your career to galactic heights. Prepare. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines brightly. Welcome to the University of Waterloo, where the future of education is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a university. It's a crucible of innovation, a forge of knowledge, a hub that empowers the now generation with the skills and abilities needed to push the boundaries of knowledge. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where curiosity is the compass that guides us. Imagine a world where learning is not confined to the four walls of a classroom, but extends to world-class facilities, cutting-edge technologies, and a global community of learners. A world where education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about creating a brighter tomorrow. This is the world that the University of Waterloo is creating. We are the vanguard, the pioneers of this educational renaissance. We are the innovators who dare to envision a world where anyone and everyone who wants to learn can do so, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. University of Waterloo, where the future of education isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future. Discover the University of Waterloo today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. Welcome to Starshot Startups, the stellar showcase by Intellect Horizon. Launching legends, one startup at a stellar time. Entrepreneurial explorers with out-of-this-world ideas and interstellar investors seeking the next cosmic concept. Your galaxy of opportunity is here. At Starshot Startups, we rocket revolutionary ideas into the vast venture void. It's not just a pitch, it's a propulsion to the planets. Envision a platform where words weave wonders, slides shimmer like stars, and deals have the gravity of galaxies. That's the celestial charm of Starshot. Embark on an epic journey as startups shoot their sensational solutions, ideas igniting imaginations, and innovations that are truly intergalactic. Beyond the pitches lies a universe of opportunity. Startups can sync with seasoned spacefarers, mentors, and market maestros. Investors can identify illuminating ideas ready to radiate. Whether you're a startup set to soar the solar system or an investor eager for interstellar innovations, Starshot Startups is your space station. Intellect Horizon heralds this heavenly happening. We're all about launching lunar legends, one startup at a space-time. Blast off with us on this breathtaking journey. Starshot Startups, where dreams defy gravity and go galactic. Join us and let's make celestial connections that can change the course of constellations. Be part of this cosmic convergence. Witness the wonders, feel the fervor, and find the future's frontrunners. Starshot Startups, where the universe unites under one vision, and the sky is not the limit. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today and join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe,
Here's to the brave souls, the seekers of knowledge, to those who stand at the precipice of the unknown, ready to dive deep. With Decoded, they embark on a journey like no other. A journey powered by scientifically proven techniques, ensuring every step is grounded in evidence, every discovery rooted in fact. In this new age, they don't shy away from technology, they embrace it. With Decoded, the digital realm becomes a second home, making learning resonate with their heartbeat, echoing the rhythms of the no generation. Your journey is unique, and so is your AI companion. Customized, personalized, always ready to assist, to challenge, to inspire. With Decoded, you're never alone, making even the impossible seem possible. Step into a world where learning is social, dynamic, exhilarating. Collaborate, compete, rise to the top, all while mastering skills where collaboration is the key, where grades aren't just scores but badges of honor, testaments to dedication, to passion, to the relentless pursuit of excellence. With Decoded's unique adaptive learning system, the platform molds itself to you, ensuring that every lesson, every topic resonates, clicks, makes sense. Inclusivity is not just a word, it's a promise. A promise that no matter how they learn, Decoded is there, ready to adapt, to evolve, to ensure that every voice is heard, every perspective valued. And as you navigate this vast expanse of knowledge, our mindfulness coach is there, a guiding light, ensuring that you remain grounded, centered, at peace. Decoded is more than just a platform, it's a promise to empower, to enlighten, to elevate. Dive in and let's decode your potential together.
Alrighty, I hope you're paying attention. Speakers, at your marks. I am very excited right now, outside of being the obnoxious voice in the box or your phone or in your ears, depending on any which way that you have your media consumed. And before this, and before I announce our very special guests, I just want to say that in the other room, as we had with Rohit, there was a masterful, packed group of inspired people that were putting together AI robots in the first inaugural session of Cyberclash, learning that you may be good at business, but now you can also be good at tech. Just don't go full Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator on us, and we should be okay. You see, although it would cut greenhouse emissions, and like a segue, I am very pleased to introduce Hannah Jones, who is going to talk about some amazing, some incredible, and some wonderful things about what the Earthshot Prize is doing, how they're changing and transforming the world, and what they're all about. And in addition, I would be remiss, and she's not even on the website, she's that special, if we didn't announce Suzanne from Asia School of Business. And did you know that the two of them, outside of being friends, are going to say some words about maybe some partnerships and how they're going to work together to incredibly overhaul the way that things are being done and how Southeast Asia is about to be a leader in green technology. And now that I put both of you on the spot, I can drop off and then it's your problem, you know. So thank you both for being here. The last question that I have is, do you guys want to show any slides, or is it just going to be the two of you?
Just going to be the two of us.
It's also a song, I think, right? But you're such magnanimous presences that, I mean, it would be foolish for us to even think that we would need slides. I'm very excited about this one. This is one of my favorite ones that I've been waiting. And Hannah, you are the inaugural piece before Starshot Startups kicks off on the other stream. So you are hearkening the opportunity for for entrepreneurs globally to make their dreams come true. So no pressure at all.
Well, thank you, Brandon. So Suzanne Hashim here with Asia School of Business. We couldn't be more thrilled and delighted to be part of Intellect Horizon, an amazing project, bringing people from all over the planet together to hear the latest in the kinds of technology that is going to lead us into the future, that is already the future, happening today, of course. And I'm really, really pleased to be able to be the one to introduce Hannah. She's an amazing human being who's truly, truly, genuinely passionate about the earth and about people, putting those two things together. Of course, these things have got to go together, making things better for people and the planet. So I'm just going to go right into introducing her. And we will have hopefully some time at the end to talk a little bit more about how Asia School of Business is going to be partnering with the Earthshot Prize. What an exciting project that is. But let me just tell you about Hannah. Hannah Jones is the CEO of the Earthshot Prize, a prize and platform founded by His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, and the Royal Foundation in 2020 to search, spotlight, and scale, and that's a key word, to scale, solutions that can help repair and regenerate the planet in this decade. Hannah is a social and environmental advocate, believing in the power of entrepreneurism, innovation, and collaboration to affect systems change. She started her career in radio at the BBC before working as a social entrepreneur in a British NGO, founding and leading pan-European AIDS, HIV prevention, and anti-racism campaigns across hundreds of radio stations. This is quite some time ago, so you've been having an impact for a long time, Hannah. It's wonderful. Hannah then worked on the founding team of Microsoft's philanthropy program before joining Nike to help start their first corporate responsibility team. For 16 years as Nike's first Chief Sustainability Officer, working with the CEO and the Nike Board of Directors, Hannah helped lead the transformation of Nike's labor rights and sustainability efforts, turning both functions into engines of business model innovation and industry change, leading the way the whole time. Following that, Hannah founded Nike Valiant Labs, a venture to bring a culture of lean startup, human-centered design and entrepreneurialism to Nike, housing a vibrant, diverse culture of entrepreneurs delivering a growing portfolio of new, disruptive digital businesses and offerings with purpose at their core. Named twice to Fast Company's top 100 creative people list, a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, and winner of the C.K. Prahalad 2013 Award for Leadership and Sustainability, Hannah has served on the board of The Method Soap and Ecover, I'm not sure if it's Ecover or Ecover brands, was the co-chair and co-founder of We Mean Business, a coalition of progressive businesses working to influence climate policy, and has served on the boards and councils of Mercy Corps, the UN HCR Business Advisory Council, and the Purpose Climate Lab. Today, Hannah is a non-executive director on the board of Oatly, and all of you have probably tried Oatly in your coffee. a sustainability advisor to UCB, a global biotech company, an advisor to the Queen's Gambit, an all-female SPAC, a mentor with the Unreasonable Group, and a mentor to as many talented, diverse future leaders as she can fit in. Pretty amazing resume, I would say, Hannah. And it's a privilege to know you and to work with you here at Asia School of Business. So go ahead, it's all yours, take it away.
Thank you so much, Suzanne. And it's a privilege to work with you as well. And Suzanne and I go way back in our journey of trying to be agents of change throughout the years. And it is so great to be here with everybody. I think of the Asia School of Business as a bit of a home from home now, having had an amazing time with the team earlier in this year when I came to Malaysia to do some work with you all. So thank you, everybody. It's wonderful to be here. And it's just such an opportunity to tell you the story of the Earthshot Prize. And maybe I'll start at the beginning, which is when it was just a question mark and a twinkle in the eye of our founder, the Prince of Wales, Prince William. And it really starts with a story of two observations and one inspiration. Back in 2019, when the Prince was pre-COVID traveling the world to visit solutions, he realized that he kept seeing solutions that were pretty much stuck at the prototype level. And yet where they scaled or replicated around the world, they could have a massive impact. And he couldn't understand why that wasn't happening. And so the question he began to ask himself was this: does the world actually have less of an innovation problem and more of a speed to scale problem? And if so, how can I help? The second observation he had was about the state of the union for young people. And if you remember in 2019, it was the time of really a lot of anger. You had the Climate Fridays movement and really people beginning to experience what we now know is climate anxiety. And his observation again was that anger has its place in moving systems and creating change, but that it can also trigger a sense of overwhelmness, of helplessness, a feeling of despair, and a feeling of anxiety. And he wanted to think about how he could inject and reframe a new narrative, which would include urgency, but also optimism. And his belief is that when we feel optimistic and we feel excited about the future, we can run towards that future quicker and we can take more action. And how can you translate anxiety into action? By giving people stories that will create optimism. So with those two observations, he went around the world thinking, what can I possibly do with my platform? And he took inspiration from JF Kennedy's moonshot. So it's very apt that you're all doing space stuff today and thinking about rocket ships, etc., because the inspiration for the Earthshot really does come from that moonshot challenge that Kennedy gave to the American people in the 60s. And if you think back in history, what's interesting about this is that when Kennedy asked his vice president of the time, Lyndon Johnson, can we actually land someone on the moon and bring them home safely? The response from all the experts was absolutely not. We don't have the money, the people, the inventions. We're just not ready to do it. And Kennedy defied them and went out and made the famous speech and challenged everybody and said, we will land a man on the moon and bring him home safely within a decade. In fact, they ended up doing it in 7 years. And what's interesting about that is that one of the unlocks to why it happened so quickly was it led to radical collaboration amongst so many people, all with this shared vision and shared goal in mind. And we've taken inspiration from that, and hence the Earthshot Prize was born. We think that this is the Earthshot decade. We don't need to land a man on the moon anymore. We need to restore and replenish nature, rethink how we think about our economies and our communities, and create a just and sustainable future. And at the Earthshot Prize, we think that this generation of innovators have a really important part to play. And we want to spotlight them, we want to support them, and we want to scale those innovators from around the world and help them take their solutions to become the new normal. And that's really what the Earthshot Prize does. We are an annual prize. We have two goals: to speed solutions to scale and to spotlight stories that can lead to urgent optimism and enable action. Now, how does it work? We have 5 Earthshots. We look at how we can restore our oceans, how we can get to a zero waste world, how we can clean our air and restore and replenish nature, and finally, how we can fix our climate. And importantly for this audience, we also have some enabling accelerators that we look for, things that we think can really help turbocharge the quest to replenish our world. And one of them is the quest to use AI, data, and technology in service of fixing the planet. So we specifically go out and look for solutions that are using AI and data as a way to accelerate to speed solutions. We also prioritize women and Indigenous-led solutions. We also look at how we can surface innovative financial mechanisms, because right now what we see is that the financial systems do not incentivize and help innovations on the environment to scale. We want to make sure that our solutions are thinking about people and thinking about how they create economic prosperity for people. And finally, we seek policy that also helps to drive scale and change. We go through an enormous year-long process, and helped by official nominators, we source solutions from across the world. We seek diversity and representation. And most importantly, we are business model agnostic. So we don't care if your solution is for profit, not for profit, if it's a city, a university, a movement. What we care about is there a working prototype that is proven to actually be working, and that if it were to be scaled, could be transformational. That then goes through a very rigorous nominating process and ultimately ends up with 5 winners who are announced at an annual awards ceremony, and 10 finalists who go on a journey with those winners into a fellowship program where we seek to help all of them to scale their work. Now, I'm in Singapore right now, so just down the road from you. And the reason I'm in Singapore is because on the 7th of November, we will be holding the awards ceremony for the Earthshot Prize here in Singapore with the announcement of our next cohort of 5 winners. And I hope that you'll take the time to go and find out about it, to look at what we're doing, to view the Earthshot Awards, and to meet all of our finalists and to see the innovation that is incredible. And why are we in Singapore? And why was I in Malaysia earlier this year? We believe that Southeast Asia faces the brunt of climate change impacts already. We see already how the rising tides, we see volatile weather, and we see how it's displacing entire communities and affecting all of our lives here. But we also see huge ingenuity, a passion to leapfrog, and a passion to invent solutions that will actually leapfrog and lead the way for the world, not just for the region. And so part of why we're here is to shine a spotlight on the innovative cultures that are happening here amongst entrepreneurs and people in the not-for-profit, the university, and in the government sectors. So think of us as a platform for impact, because more than a prize, we are here with a singular focus. How do we help innovators that are trying to invent environmental solutions to take their work and take it to scale? And one of the things we have come to realize is how hard that is. And for those of you that are serial entrepreneurs, I don't need to tell you about the valley of death. We see that for environmental solutions, it is a hard slog to take your prototype to scale. Often the finances isn't there. Often the patience or the risk aperture isn't there amongst funders. Sometimes it's really hard to connect with potential philanthropists, or to find the talent, or to navigate your way through a company to get a procurement deal. And what we see is that that creates enormous friction in the system, and it slows down the ability for these solutions to speed to scale. So we have put a significant amount of effort behind how we support the innovators far beyond the prize itself. We've built a fellowship program with IDEO in which we take the finalists on an incredible journey throughout the year, helping them on their leadership, helping them on their business plan, introducing them to potential funders, donors, mentors, advisors. We help them with their storytelling and their brand plan. And we make sure that we center all of our storytelling on these finalists and the symbolic stories that they hold for the world. So we make them into the superstars, and we want to create FOMO for everyone else. You too could be an Earthshot Prize finalist and winner. And what I'm really happy to say is that now we're also looking at how we create very important partnerships with others where we continue to support that ecosystem of climate innovators around the world. And our first partnership is right here with you in Malaysia with the Asia School of Business, where together with Suzanne and the team, we are kicking off a partnership on a new Earthshot Climate Accelerator together. And Suzanne and the team can tell you more about it, but the whole aim of the program is to catalyze and support more eco-innovators from the region to equip startups, entrepreneurs, and not-for-profits wanting to be a part of the solution with mentorship, training, community, and access to networks and funding to succeed. Now, of course, what I hope is that this feeds our pipeline of incredible nominations into the Earthshot Prize. And my goal, and I think it's a joint goal, is that in the next few years, one of the cohort coming through the ASB Earthshot Accelerator will end up a finalist or a winner on the global stage. So what's my ask? Eco-innovation is the next frontier for anyone that wants to put human ingenuity into fixing the world and also becoming a real entrepreneur for good. The ASB team are there to support you, and we are there to support you. We want to see nominators coming in from the region. We want to have a pipeline filled with nominations, and the nominations are now open for 2024. So this is a big call to action. Visit our website for more details, and there'll be a link we can share with the attendees. And it's very simple. I'm going to leave you and open up to questions with one call to action. This is the Earthshot decade. What are you going to do to give Earth your best shot? And how can you bring solutions to the table that we can help you to speed, to scale, and fix our planet? Thank you.
Well, I was going to say, I feel quite motivated. Suzanne, do you, before I get into the questions, I know I come up when you least suspect me, as Monty Python would say, like the Spanish Inquisition. I think you're on mute, Suzanne, so if you want.
The questions are important, Brandon. Thank you. The questions are super important, so we'll get to those. I just want to take a split second to say how pleased and privileged and also excited that Asia School of Business is to work with you and with the Earthshot Prize to, as you were saying, accelerate great solutions that can really help this planet in the next decade. So we are in the process of creating an accelerator that is going to be well designed to be able to work with those kinds of solutions that people can bring forward, and that companies who are out there, small companies trying to find a way to take a good idea forward, we are going to be ready and eager to work with you. So I just want to encourage anybody out there who's listening right now to be thinking that I can maybe come to Asia School of Business to accelerate my idea. Be in touch about that. Okay, I'm going to turn it back to Hannah to answer some questions.
All right, I'm coming in. I will be the voice of the commentators and what the moderators are sending over to me. So apologies. Ironically enough, nobody's asked to marry me, but that seems to have come up a few times. So that's good that we have the filters in place. But more seriously, I am getting in one of them here that the moderators have picked, which is, Hannah, I've heard a lot about the Earthshot Prize, but why should someone like me somewhere that's far removed from any of these problems or environmental science care about it?
Well, I think we all have to care about the climate because it is impacting so many people around the world already. And I'm afraid to say that I don't think any of us are going to escape the impact of climate. And if you have talent and you're an innovator, then not only do I think it's a duty to put that in service of creating solutions, I think it's an opportunity. You know, I think this is going to be the great driver of the next wave of innovation, economic and social progress. And I think if you look back, excuse me, if you look back in time to the sharing economy, how many people in the audience went and were able to buy shares in Airbnb when it was just all about borrowing a couch on a friend's sofa? None of us thought that Airbnb was going to be a big hit. None of us thought Netflix would be a big hit. But suddenly, none of us can do without an Uber or an Airbnb or a Netflix. It's a really good example of how often progress and change happens best when viewed through the rear view mirror. I think that in the next decade, we will look back on this decade and realize that the world has fundamentally changed and that green energy powers us, and that zero waste options are completely built into the infrastructure that we inhabit, that it will become normal that we think about how we reuse our clothes and how we think about vintage and buying differently so that we have less of an impact, that we move to more and more substitutes for heavy industrialized agricultural food stocks. How many of you, Suzanne mentioned I'm on the Oatly board. How many people have moved to plant-based milk substitutes? Change is happening. And when change happens, the innovators get a chance to bring their innovations to scale and to flourish because of it. So if you're thinking about a career, I would say the opportunity space is in innovating our way to a better planet, and that will fuel green growth for communities and economies around the world.
I'm just inspired. I don't even know how you managed to just pull that off so polished and perfect, but I'm ready to go.
Based on the data and the evidence. It's just the data and evidence. If you look at the thousands of nominations and you were a VC, you'd be investing in a lot of them, trust me.
Absolutely. So we'll cut people off. I have 2 more questions. And I think that these are going to be good ones. They speak to the heart of hope that you guys are instilling in folks. The one came in is, with so many challenges facing our planet, how do you decide which ones to prioritize for the Earthshot Prize? That's a really good question. So, the problem with sustainability in the environment is it can feel overwhelming and complicated because, of course, everything is connected. This is a systems issue. I remember early in my days at Nike coming to MIT to study systems change with the MIT professors and team there. But actually, you can break it down. And I think what entrepreneurs and innovators do best is think of a problem that they deeply know and figure out how to fix it. So think about oceans and think about opportunities. I'm going to pick a couple of opportunities, but most importantly, you can go to our website and download our roadmap to regeneration, which is a PDF which outlines the things that we think need to be prioritized over the next 3 to 5 years. So if you want to be innovating and thinking about a challenge, that's a pretty good guide already of what we think is important. Let me give you a couple of examples, though, to bring it to life. So we know that the world needs to protect 30% of oceans by 2030, which means there need to be marine protected areas, and we need to see oceans being able to restock with fish and marine biodiversity. Why? Because the ocean is one of the biggest carbon sinks that we have at our disposal, and because it's also a source of food for thousands and millions of people. Well, it turns out the seaweed is a great thing to think about, because seaweed not only restores biodiversity into oceans when farmed and done well, it can also
disrupt at least 5 different industries that today rely on fossil fuels and chemicals. So one of our winners from last year is a team called Nopla. You can go and check them out. They've come up a way to take fossil fuels out of plastic packaging and use seaweed instead. There's a cosmetics company called Faith in Nature that's figured out how to use seaweed instead of chemicals. Other people are using seaweed for fertilizer. And then, this is getting really exciting, we have a finalist this year that is putting seaweed into the food for cows, and it's reducing the cows' methane emissions by 95%. So if you think you want to be an entrepreneur, I would say there's a whole new value chain and source of disruption coming to at least 5 industries just through seaweed.
You know, one of the exciting things is another Eco Warrior is going to teach us about the 8 ways to peel a banana, and you're talking about the 5 ways of using seaweed. So, you know, I'm just wondering, you know, if it's a count up rather than a countdown to something.
It's a count up to opportunity, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will put you as the final one on the stage, front and center. This one, my thought was it must be British. It's far too polite. They're saying Miss Jones, and it's there we are. For those feeling overwhelmed by the state of our planet, what message of hope does Earthshot Prize offer? They're giving you softballs. This is great.
That's a softball.
Yeah.
Look, I think you're absolutely right to feel anxiety. Let's translate it into action. I see thousands of nominations. And so when I need a boost of optimism, I go and read one of the nominations and just think about the power of human ingenuity. And then I think about, what can I do? And we all have different ways in which we can act. And I think the most important thing here is progress is more important than perfection. You know, I'm very open. I'm an 80% vegetarian. You know, I sometimes stray into eating meat. I'm not going to be perfect, but I am trying to get to more plant-based meals the more I go out in the world and see the impact that can have. I'm an 80% buyer of vintage or secondhand or reclaimed or upcycled clothing. I try to reduce how much clothing I buy, and then I try and go out and go on the treasure hunt of finding secondhand clothes that I think are amazing. And in fact, our green carpet at the award show will be exactly focused on celebrating alternatives to fast fashion. Those are small things you can do. You can also decide to do what I think is really meaningful, and to put your purpose and your passion and this focus into how you think about your career and your talent, because you're all talented. If you're streaming into this and you're part of ASB and this community, it means you have human ingenuity at the heart of what you're thinking about. So think about how you can make your career something where you can combine purpose and your talent. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Hannah. That was just incredible, inspiring as always. And we look forward to seeing you in Singapore.
See you in Singapore. Everybody tune in. It's going to be amazing. Take care.
Show. All right. Bye.
Add myself back in for just one moment here before having Wilberforce on stage to talk about education in Africa, overhauling it and using tools, techniques, and technology like artificial intelligence. I am very, very excited. And because we got to hear about saving the planet, we're going to now save the future generations. We're going to get the room set up for the switch. He's already here, he's ready, and give us 90 seconds and we shall jump across and bring him on. Thank you, everybody. Alrighty, we're back. And the fun and exciting thing with this is I always have such a sense of anxiety before announcing folks, and I don't want to have the others leave the stage before we make the jump again. But I would be remiss if we didn't. Should we say the voice of a generation, the head of education, a entrepreneur extraordinaire, and somebody who has a charity that is changing the lives throughout Africa and teaching rural communities how to code, and so much more. This is Wilberforce. He has a story to tell. He is an incredible entrepreneur, an inspiration, and the work that he's doing is going to transform the world. But that's his story to tell. And just to make sure, Wilberforce, can you hear us? And can we hear you? That's the big question.
Yes. You can.
All right.
I can hear you.
And we are going to set you up to go front and center. We are going to turn on the presentation mode. Are you ready to share your screen?
So I had prepared this in the form of a speech.
No problem. In that case,
yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Boye Oshinaga. I am Boye Wilberforce Oshinaga, and I am founder and CEO of Gradely. Gradely is, so let me just go from the beginning, right? Gradely is a pioneering company in Nigeria that's harnessing the capabilities of AI to transform, how our children learn in grades 1 to 12. Africa, which is rich tapestry of culture and history, has always been a beacon of potential. Our children, the torchbearers of this potential, deserve an education system that recognizes their individuality, not just their unique talents, and paves the way for their bright futures. Traditional methods, unfortunately, often fall short. This is where innovations in artificial intelligence come into play. So allow me to share some of the groundbreaking use cases of AI that we have implemented in my company, Gradely. Again, Gradely makes personalized learning apps for kids grades 1 to 12 in Nigeria and helps tailor new learning paths to children based on their learning gaps. And some of the things that we began to use AI for, one of them is real-time question generation. Through AI, we can generate new questions to assess children's learning gaps on the fly. Previously, we had used an army of teachers to build for us what is over 100,000 assessment questions, labeled by difficulty, topics, and so on. But with AI, we ensure that students always have fresh, relevant, and challenging content and never run out of content on any topic, on any level of difficulty, on any exam style, and so on, and keeping that learning experience dynamic and adaptive. Another use of AI that we have actually begun to do is conversational gap analysis diagnosis. So our AI-powered bot interacts with students in real time, identifying their learning gaps through engaging conversation. It's like having a personalized tutor, constantly attuned to the student's needs and ready to provide support when required. This is interesting because it changes the dynamic of essentially quiz type, action into a conversation. Thirdly, the objective scoring of diverse assessments. So we started our assessment journey using multiple choice questions, but we've seen that we can diversify that to include other things such as short answer, essay, speech to text, and so on, like using speech to respond to questions. So AI has enabled us to be able to interpret the wide variety of assessment responses in situations that just typical logical flows will not, right? So whether it's an audio input where a student defines a concept or a paper upload of a maths problem, we're increasing our system's capabilities to objectively mark steps, provide scores, and even give feedback. The level of precision ensures fairness and consistency in evaluations. The fourth way that we're leveraging AI to drive innovation in children's learning in Africa through the Gradely app is fourthly is predicting learning path. It's essentially saying to children, this is what it will take for you to get, to this point, and be able to predict that in terms of time, in terms of effort, and in terms of what the final scores will be. So it's one of our innovative features, and it's our ability to predict the time and effort the students will need to achieve specific scores in exams like the UTME, which is compulsory exam in Nigeria for students to get into university, like SAT, like IGCSE. So, for example, our platform might suggest that by dedicating 2 minutes daily, a student can attain a score of 300, for example, based on the exam. This predictive guidance empowers students and parents to make informed decisions about their learning journey. So generally, these are very exciting examples that we're happy to collaborate with any teams here, any academics, technologists, with how to make this deepen its impact, and then measure that. And we're excited about the journey. We're excited about the applications. But this is just a narrow application for one company. Generally across Africa, we think that integration of AI in education is going to revolutionize traditional pedagogic paradigms. One of those is personalized learning paths. AI's ability to analyze the student's performance and create a customized learning journey ensures that every child can reach their fullest potential. AI also allows for that immediate feedback that the tutor would provide, right? And so feedback is no longer delayed. Students can instantly understand their areas of improvement and strengths, leading to more efficient learning processes. Also, data-driven insights. Educators are now going to be armed with data that offers insights into each student's learning trajectory, enabling them to tailor the teaching methods more effectively. And lastly, inclusivity. AI tools with varied functionalities ensure that every child, including those with special needs, will be able to access quality education. While the advancements of AI are truly remarkable, it's crucial to remember that it's a tool to enhance, not replace, the human touch in education. Our teachers with their empathy, experience, and wisdom remain irreplaceable. In closing, the future of African K-12 education, kindergarten to grade 12 education, and post-secondary, and corporate and lifelong learning is bright. And with responsible and innovative use of AI, we're on the path to unlocking the vast potential of our young minds. Together, we can shape a future where every child is given the best opportunity to succeed. Thank you.
All right, I will be your voice, omnipotent voice from above, and I'll jump back in here. Let's see, let us switch to a side by side, and let me pull up the questions here that folks have. So I think we should be able to do three questions that we have. Okay, so this is an interesting one. It was Wilberforce. I'm not great with technology, but I've heard that there are some substantial challenges in Africa. Can you explain to me the main issues in simple terms and how it's different from over here? I don't know where over here is, but wherever there is, how is Africa unique in its differentiation compared to the rest of the world?
So essentially, when you're thinking about tailoring technology to Africa, one of the things you need to consider is its power, electricity, right? Not everywhere has electricity all the time, right? You're going to be in situations, especially in peri-urban and rural areas, where electricity sometimes do not get provided, every single time. So essentially, you would need to, find sources of power as backup to the main grid, in the electricity. So this is a big part of how you think about it. It adds to the cost structure of delivering, technology-enabled learning, technology-enabled education. Another consideration will essentially be devices and internet connection, right? So essentially, it's patching in many places, right? And so you need to think about how do you get the best internet connection. So now there's Starlink that can provide best internet connection anywhere, and you think about that also adds to the cost structure of delivering that, because essentially the way to think about delivering education sometimes to African children is not to think about the idea that they're going to be able to access it individually on their own, in their homes, by themselves, with their money. That's not how you think about it. You think about how do you cluster them, whether in a school or in a learning center, and how do you provide power, and how do you provide internet, and how do you provide devices, so you essentially increase access, right? And make sure that, so maybe it's walking distance from their homes, and it's, and it's something that it's logistically possible to access. But usually that's how to think about delivering technology in Africa by considering these factors. You're muted.
You see, even I don't know how this technology thing works. One of the challenges that I have. So this one was actually this is what happens when we have all of these university students that are here. So the other one is, I've been curious, with so many languages spoken across Africa, how does this affect the standardization of education and the use of technology in classrooms? And you just talked about the power restrictions and a couple of other considerations with methods of delivery. So take it away.
Yeah, so language also is a thing, but what you would notice in Africa for standardization is that usually countries adopt a standard language. So, for example, in Nigeria, where there's hundreds of tribes and several languages, English is the lingua franca; it's the adopted language for the country, and so usually most teaching in Africa, in Nigeria, is done in English, and most teaching in Senegal is done in French, and so on and so forth. However, in some cases, like in Tanzania or in South Africa, there's a combination of the lingua franca as well as the primary local language, where there is one, right? So in Tanzania, that would be Swahili, right? So essentially, the main translations to be done in those cases are translations from the adopted language to the most prominent local language, and usually that translation is factored in delivering education in those settings.
All right, and we have somebody. They quite proudly said that they started out by saying, "Hello, I'm from Accra." If you don't know where that is, that's in Ghana. Hello.
Right.
Yeah. What is the one thing that you can suggest that I can do a better job to help my students?
So I'm assuming this is a teacher, right? I think the most important thing teachers need to do to help students is to help them individually, understanding where their individual needs are and individual gaps are. And so if there's some tools like Gradely, like to help them think through, how do I support child A, in a way that's unique to child A versus child B? Because typically the structure of schooling today is teaching to the average student and running through a really vast curriculum. So you want to, in a contrarian way, think about how to do the opposite of that. Rather than teach to the average student, you teach to each of the students, right? And rather than rush through the curriculum, right, is to use mastery learning techniques to ensure that the movement from one topic or one learning area to another is predicated on some level of mastery, right? So those are the things that you can do, and happy to help also with thinking through that specifically for your classroom.
And because this one was, I think, again, a softball one that we can deliver, just like Hannah got at the end there for her. We'll be kind here, and I will switch so you can hear me, but not hear me.
Now I can hear you, and I can't see you.
Oh, darn, there we go. So I dropped out too quickly. So this one was, can you share a story or example that highlights a unique educational challenge faced by a specific African community due to its cultural practices, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. The I would use the time when we started what we term the learning center in the less urban area on the edge of Lagos. And in this situation, we had secured a laboratory. We'd had about 20 computers, and we had installed internet. We had provided power, and it was a bit of an expensive setup for us. However, because of the locality and the purchasing power of people around there, we couldn't price that super high in terms of how much they need to pay to access that and to use Gradely, which is our learning app, inside of those computers. But the format of exactly how that would work will be that they will come in the, so there'll be a morning batch and an evening batch, assuming that the morning batch is for students who are preparing for an exam and have done the whole of secondary school, and the evening batches for those who went to school in the morning and now are doing like a support tutorial on what they've learned. So what we learned from that process, and then essentially how they would learn is they would come in, they would plug in, they would have a learning manager who would run through what their learning is, when they kind of help them walk through the assessment and where they're at. And then they would plug in and essentially take a test every single day that helps us to understand what else they know, what else they don't know. And then on the back of that, recommend video lessons, animated video lessons, and one-on-one tutoring with our tutors in the cloud, and online tutors in the cloud. So we expect that to go really well. And while it did, we learned some nuances about non-urban communities in Nigeria, and the culture of, say, some people in places like Lagos, which is the southwestern states in Nigeria. So some of the things we learned is that there are just some students who don't go to school. And until we brought the opportunity, we would not have realized that they had skipped the final year of schooling to do a combination of getting trained, working, and studying for their final exams. So they wouldn't go to a traditional school anyway, and so they considered this as kind of a replacement for schooling. We found that really, really interesting. And so that's one. Another is just essentially one thing, parents and the relationship between parents and children is very interesting. It's really around work. So parents sometimes need their young children of 13 years or 14 years or 15 years to begin to contribute to the income in the family. When there's usually that tension, that conflict between what the parent wants for the economic situation of the family and what the parents want for the potential economic situation of the child, which in the future, if the child goes through school and gets to university, he can provide even more. So there's that tension usually, is that they want the child to participate in providing income for the family immediately, because in that sense, he's able-bodied or she's able-bodied. This is definitely something that you see that's unique to many communities in Nigeria. And of course, the capacity to pay for things and wanting to pay maybe daily versus like over a month period and things like that are things that are unique to the Nigerian setting and within the context of learning center that we developed some time ago in Nigeria.
All right. I don't know why it keeps resizing everything. So Wilberforce, thank you for all that you do, for speaking, for being here today, for answering questions, for inspiring. And you're doing incredible and important work. And I'm motivated and always learn something when we talk. So thank you again. And thank you everybody for being here. we will get to we'll take it up in 1 hour, 40 minutes for the next session. So walk around, enjoy, and help yourself whilst you can. All right. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
In this thrilling workshop, we blur the lines between the digital and physical worlds. Attendees will form teams, each comprising both digital and in-person participants. The challenge? To build and control AI bots in a high-stakes race against time and each other. Digital participants will be the hack masters, using their skills to program, control, and optimize the AI bots. They'll also have the ability to deploy strategic hacks to slow down the opposing team's bot, adding a layer of intrigue and competition. Meanwhile, the in-person participants, the field commanders, will be responsible for the physical assembly of the bots, troubleshooting real-world obstacles, and countering the digital hacks from the opposing team. This exciting collaborative workshop will not only test your technical skills, but also your strategic thinking, teamwork, and adaptability. It's not just about who has the best coding skills or who can build the fastest bot. It's about communication, strategy, and synergy between the digital and physical realms. So, are you ready to join the ultimate AI showdown? Whether you're a hackmaster or a field commander, it's time to gear up for the Digital Physical Hackathon at Intellect Horizon. In this thrilling workshop, we blur the lines between the digital and physical worlds. Attendees will form teams, each comprising both digital and in-person participants. The challenge? To build and control AI bots in a high-stakes race against time and each other. Digital participants will be the hack masters, using their skills to program, control, and optimize the AI bots. They'll also have the ability to deploy strategic hacks to slow down the opposing team's bot, adding a layer of intrigue and competition. Meanwhile, the in-person participants, the field commanders, will be responsible for the physical assembly of the bots, troubleshooting real-world obstacles, and countering the digital hacks from the opposing team. This exciting collaborative workshop will not only test your technical skills, but also your strategic thinking, teamwork, and adaptability. It's not just about who has the best coding skills or who can build the fastest bot. It's about communication, strategy, and synergy between the digital and physical realms. So, are you ready to join the ultimate AI showdown? Whether you're a hackmaster or a field commander, it's time to gear up for the Digital Physical Hackathon at Intellect Horizon. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new guardian emerges. Dragonscale AI, your trusted partner, where the future of Web3 security is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a platform, it's a citadel of innovation, a fortress of trust. With Dragonscale, the extraordinary becomes the everyday, making digital safety as essential as the air we breathe. Welcome to the Iris Collective, where your digital assets are guarded by the impenetrable scales of a dragon. A community where trust is woven into the very fabric of our digital existence, connecting continents of thought and innovation. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We're the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. With Dragonscale AI, the future isn't just a hope, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just aspire to the future, be a part of crafting it. And at the heart of this revolution stands Intellect Horizon, a conference, a movement, a journey into the heart of technological innovation. Be there, be part of the vanguard, and let's shape our destiny together. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students into orbits of excellence through action learning. Step aboard with us, where foundational teachings fuse with the rocket engines of modern tech. Each lesson, each dialogue, each challenge ignites your journey to reshape the world. With the guidance systems provided by the esteemed MIT Sloan, we're not just guiding trajectories, we're launching visionaries. In this spaceport of innovation, dreamers don't just aim for the stars, they challenge, they ignite, and they chart new galaxies. Harnessing tomorrow's tech, we're not just teaching, we're thrusting forward, breaking free from gravity's pull, transcending old orbits, and setting course for uncharted territories. Asia School of Business, where the symphony of science sets the countdown for liftoff, and the ambition of future business leaders shapes the trajectory of industries. Join our mission, and together, let's co-pilot the enterprises of tomorrow. In the vast expanse of academic skies, a rocket prepares for launch. The Asia School of Business, where hand and mind come together, propelling students in. Prepare for liftoff as Starship Seekers at Intellect Horizon invites you to embark on the most exhilarating journey of your career. In the vast expanse of the professional universe, stars are aligning and galaxies of opportunities are merging. Whether you're an astronaut of animation, a cosmonaut of coding, or a pioneer of pixel artistry, your next mission awaits. Feel the gravitational pull towards a constellation of recruiters, each shining brightly with roles that promise to rocket your aspirations to new galaxies. Don't just shoot for the stars, become one. Every interaction at Starship Seekers is a meteoric moment, a chance to collide with potential and create cosmic connections. But remember, in this celestial dance of destiny, it's not just about finding the right planet to land on. It's about discovering a universe where your skills, passion, and dreams orbit in perfect harmony. So suit up, future spacefarers. In the vast expanse of the digital universe, a beacon of knowledge shines brightly. Welcome to the University of Waterloo, where the future of education is not a distant dream, but a vivid reality taking shape. This is not just a university. It's a crucible of innovation, a forge of knowledge, a hub that empowers the now generation with the skills and abilities needed to push the boundaries of knowledge. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where curiosity is the compass that guides us. Imagine a world where learning is not confined to the four walls of a classroom, but extends to world-class facilities, cutting-edge technologies, and a global community of learners. A world where education is not just about acquiring knowledge, but about creating a brighter tomorrow. This is the world that the University of Waterloo is creating. We are the vanguard, the pioneers of this educational renaissance. We are the innovators who dare to envision a world where anyone and everyone who wants to learn can do so, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will challenge your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. University of Waterloo, where the future of education isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future. Discover the University of Waterloo today and join the vanguard of the In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive, they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon, where the future is not a distant mirage, but a vivid painting come to life. This is not a mere conference. It is a symphony of innovation, a dance of ideas, a global chorus singing the song of a new era. It's a journey into the heart of the future, where the extraordinary becomes the everyday. Web3, XR, and AI, they're not just technologies, they're the brushstrokes on the canvas of our future. Picture a world where information, like an endless ocean, flows freely, unbound by the islands of centralized authorities, connecting continents of thought and innovation. A world where the digital realm is not a separate entity, but an extension of our reality, as seamless and infinite as the cosmos, where the only limit is the edge of your imagination. Envision experiences so immersive they dissolve the line between the dream and the waking, like a mirage that you can touch, feel, and live in. Imagine a world where intelligence is not confined to the human mind, but blossoms in the digital landscape. A vibrant forest teeming with life, where every leaf is a thought, every branch a new idea. This is the world you are destined to shape. We are the vanguard, the artists of this digital renaissance. We are the dreamers who dare to envision a world transformed by technology, and the doers who turn these dreams into reality. Join us. Immerse yourself in a symphony of ideas that will change your perceptions, ignite your curiosity, and inspire your creativity. Be a part of a global community that's not just watching the future unfold, but actively weaving its tapestry. Intellect Horizon, where the future isn't just a dream, it's a destiny we shape together. Don't just dream about the future, be a part of shaping it. Register for Intellect Horizon today. Join the vanguard of the digital revolution. In the boundless canvas of the digital universe, a new masterpiece is being painted. Welcome to Intellect Horizon.